Chair, are we ready? Chair.
Well, good evening tonight on this beautiful Wednesday evening. It's a beautiful Wednesday, and we're looking for rain here next couple days, but we're inside the building and staying cool, staying warm all at the same time, and looking forward to a great meeting tonight. So at this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. And if you wouldn't mind, please rise, place your right hand over your heart, and follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready to begin. Thank you. And in the past, we've had Ms. Vargas call the roll. I don't see that here tonight, but no? Okay. This portion of the agenda is intended for general public comment only on items within the Commission's jurisdiction that are not listed on the agenda. Persons wishing to address the Parks and Recreation Commission are requested to identify themselves and state the matter on which they wish to comment. No action will be taken on matters not listed on the agenda. Please observe a 3-minute limit for communications. Ms. Vargas, are there any speaker cards from the public?
No, Chair, no speaker cards.
Are there any written comments from the public?
No, Chair, no written comments.
Thank you. This time, I'd like to, we're going to be talking about the Trails Master Plan for the most part, and I'd like to introduce Ms. Lynch for her report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Munoz. So before we get started with the report, I just wanted to start by thanking all of the commissioners for making yourselves available for this special meeting tonight to further review the Draft Trails Master Plan. And as you know, we originally presented the draft plan to the commission back in August, and we did receive some feedback from both the commission and the city council that the plan needed some more work. So we have taken the opportunity over the last few months to revise the plan, as we had mentioned before, in order to have the opportunity to have a more meaningful discussion with the commission. We made it a little bit easier to understand, or at least we hope we did. We tried to provide more clear recommendations on how to move forward with the trail system within the plan and made it more accessible to the public by releasing it for public input. So some of the revised sections that you'll see in the draft plan include a section focusing on an introduction of the plan, the process that we went through over the last 3 phases of master planning to create this document today. We provided more focus on the actual recommendations that are being provided and an implementation plan on how to move forward over the next 10 years. So we do still have a lot of the supporting detail from the original plan in this plan, but a lot of it has been moved into the appendices. So we didn't remove any of the major detail. We just put it into a section where if somebody wants to reference the detail, they can go back to the appendices to look at that. But the actual plan itself is really focusing more on the recommendations and the implementation. So the last time we brought this forward, we recognized that there were some concerns that were presented by the commission. Most of these concerns, at least from what we heard, were related to the prioritization of projects, the funding for projects, the trail alignments, and the policies on how to move forward with trails implementation. We tried to address a few of those in the revised plan, but today is really the opportunity to have that meaningful discussion with the commission on some of the things that may not have been addressed yet and how we can move forward with reconciling that with what we provide in the final draft plan that goes forward to City Council. So I'm going to turn it over to Tim Bevins with Alta Planning and Design to provide a presentation on the different sections of the Trails Master Plan. And then after that, we're going to open it up to a facilitated discussion by our Assistant City Manager, Justin Tucker. He's going to walk us through some of the discussion questions that we provided in the PowerPoint and then provide opportunities to talk about anything additional that the commissioners would like to address. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Tim to get us started.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Good evening. Okay, the ask for tonight is that we go over this with the commission and discuss and provide feedback on the draft revised plan. I also want to just stress before we get into this, I know we've had this discussion a lot, so I'm going to go a little faster so we can get more back and forth, but if there's anything that you want me to slow down for or get into more detail, just pause me. So the purpose of the plan, as articulated by the city in the RFP response or proposal, is to guide development and improvement of trail system. I think what's really important here, though, given our geography and our context, is access to the CNF, to the Cleveland National Forest. So that's what the plan's trying to do, in the city and access outside of the city. These goals and objectives, again, were articulated by city staff and then informed by the Trails Working Group, which we've discussed in the past. Increasing number of trails in the city is top priority because there are very few existing legitimate trails within city boundaries. Expanding the typology of trails, so sometimes those are really nice Class 1 grade separated facilities that you could think of as freeways for bicycles, and then other ones are small single track dirt trails that are great for mountain biking. And so basically having a full suite of trail options throughout the city. Improving trail user experience, putting the city in a good position to compete for competitive grant dollars is also an important part of this. As you know, a lot of these projects get built wholly or north of 50% from competitive grant dollars. So if we're able to position the city and provide documentation to do that, that's to our benefit here. I won't go through all 15 of these. The planning process that we've conducted to get to this point. So this whole effort began in 2019 with the Trails Master Inventory. It was conducted by a previous consultant. We'll get to that in a moment. But the intent of that was to find every single trail or every single thing that people thought were trails within the city. We also reviewed the 2021 Phase 1 plan. Now that plan, again, was not created by Alta, but that plan, I'd say 95, perhaps, 90% of all the trails that are considered in this Phase 2 plan are pulled over from the Phase 1 plan. That was the intent, is for us to evaluate what was created by the previous consulting firm. And then that's been layered on with additional trails, either from the Trails Working Group, from city staff, or from us sniffing around and seeing what we could find. In addition to these documents that we reviewed as the start of the previous planning effort review, we also either spoke to directly, had calls, meetings in person, or reviewed documents from National Park Service, Cleveland National Forest, USFS, Riverside County Parks, Riverside County Transportation, Riverside County Flood. This current state of trails map, I think, is important for us to see in that all the blue is the equestrian trails in Norco, and then at the black city border, you see that it's clipped, and there are very few existing trails within city limits. Now, the dashed in yellow lines, many of which are going into the Cleveland National Forest or up into the hills, those were given to our firm from the Trails Master Inventory. And the Trails Master Inventory was developed with public input. So that's where those line works are coming from. And what's interesting is that some of those do connect to trails in the Cleveland National Forest, which are legitimate trails in the Cleveland National Forest, but those connections on the city side may traverse private property, may be tricky, there's understandings about what a trail is. And so I want to stress that because this line work from the Trails Master Inventory was supplied to us by your constituents who think that these are trails. And perhaps they could be brought into the system, made official trails within city boundaries, but the primary determination, the salient point, the carry through here is that not yet. Those were not actually maintained city trails. And some of those were access points that people were really interested in or really wanted, and we agree with them, but they weren't formal access points. They were kind of look the other way access points. A good example of this would be in the lower right-hand corner, where you see a couple green lines and some yellow lines on the city side of the border. That's near the golf course and Bedford. So getting to Eagle Road to get to Bedford traverses private property, the McMillan property. But a lot of folks use that access point to get to Bedford. And so that's what I'm trying to articulate here with this map. As you know, we have a project website, trails.coronaca.gov. That's where we've been hosting the survey, project information, and the drafts will be posted there as well. So we conducted a survey with the city in spring of 2022 and got a bunch of responses. Anything north of 500 is a grand slam, 900 is a ton, it's excellent. One thing to call out here, what activities have you engaged within Corona is helpful to know, how to serve your constituents. But the image on the right side, or the bar chart on the right side, rate Corona's trails, green, counterintuitively, is rated very poor, right? And so when we see that very poor is not 50%, 80%, 90% up that Y or X axis, and we see a lot of people saying good and average, when we juxtapose that with the existing trails map, what that belies is that most of your constituents, when answering the survey about their satisfaction with Corona's trails, are probably talking about Santa Ana River Trail, all the trails, Skyline and otherwise in the CNF, talking about getting out to Chino Hills State Park. That's probably in their mind what trails are within the city of Corona. Here are some comment themes from that survey. Better maintenance, of course, is something that we hear quite often. Designated parking was a big one and also a contentious one, depending on who we're hearing from. Part of our Trails Working Group, we had folks that lived in some of the communities near trailhead access. And so many of those folks do not want to have more parking allotted or nearby, and other trail users do want parking, right? So these are sorts of the themes that are coming out. And then separate use facilities for cyclists, particularly downhill mountain biking, and users, and just having more trails and more opportunities for people to experience outdoor open space the way that they want to, as opposed to a lot of folks end up on Skyline with, conflicting uses and desires. This is a list of our stakeholder engagement from our project kickoff. All the meetings that we've had, both with commission and committee of the whole. We also, I should mention, this is missing a May 10th update that we provided to this body, in which we also went over the alignments as well as the prioritization process and criteria. On the other side, so there's general public, there's you all and city council, and then there's the Trails Working Group, which, as you know, was critical to the formation of this plan. A lot of their information is either in the plan, in the appendix, or in the data for city use as it starts to implement these proposals. I've used the phrase straight out of central casting, and I mean it because we had a really wide spectrum of core trail users, from mountain bikers to dog walkers to everyone in between. I think that we got to a unanimous point as it relates to just this real palpable desire to not lose any more access to the Cleveland National Forest. That was top of line, front and center from everyone that we talked to. In addition to talking the items, bulleted out here, we invited them to join us for meetings. In fact, The gentleman seated on the right hand in the tan shirt, that's Oscar Sorrento from Riverside County Parks and Open Space District. There we were discussing working on flood control channels and connecting to the Santa Ana River Trail and how that might work. But we brought them into the process so that they could see and understand, the bureaucratic entanglements that we're dealing with and just like where we're going with this and what we should lean on and what we should back off of. Out of the TMP, I said CNF access. The other one was the Big Five, which I've discussed with you in the past. So again, as a reminder, that's the Santa Ana River Trail, the Skyline Trail, Fresno Trail, Bedford, and Eagle Road. Excuse me. Those were top of mind, front and center, get access to these trails from the Corona side. So again, we expressed that within the Big Five, which is in the appendix. The plan also conducted a review of best practices from other cities, Altadena, Laguna Beach, Riverside, Santa Clarita, Temecula. We also provided some context for what the city of Corona is doing as well. And we reviewed what they're doing to either incentivize or build trails or get more people onto them. So recommendations. The first recommendations, excuse me, are policies. So these policies are recommendations. They're for consideration by commission and council. The way to do them, or the order in which to do them, I think is up for debate. That said, a critical one, going back to the previous slide about the Trails Working Group, is finding ways to condition developers to maintain access, because they continue to, those access points over the years, over the past 20 years or so, get gobbled up with new development, particularly along Foothill Road. Thank you. And so as that happens, we have less and less access into the CNF, which is the top line item from the Trails Working Group. Also the top line item, if you read through the lines on the public survey, it's preserving access for the city before it goes away. So that's one that we think is a really important thing to pursue, but there are many other good ideas here. Providing more facilities for people, looking through a safety lens at all this is also really important and can be preserved in policy. I'm going to take a sip of water. Excuse me. So the plan also provides design standards for trail typologies. I want to stress again that these design standards were developed in TMP Phase 1 by a previous consulting group. That said, the way that they did this was they developed specific typologies that would more or less work both within the Corona context and also work for the professional, Caltrans design guidelines for how to build trails and on-street facilities and all the sort. With that said, and then they took that and applied it to the various alignments in the context that they're in, if they're out in the hills or if they're running down Ontario Boulevard, whatever that might be. That said, these remain, this whole thing is a 30,000-foot plan. And so there may be constraints where the facilities, I'll just slide through them as I talk. The facilities and the right-of-way allotments, as described in these images, are best-case scenario. That's what you would want. But if you're encountering a constriction, well, then you're going to have to design around it, or you're going to have to narrow, or whatever that might be. But that's what happens during the design phase of the plan, or implementing these projects. This is what we often think of these nature trails, but the plan goes, of course, as you know, all the way to this, a grade-separated facility for walking and biking, but within a more urban context. So we're trying to fit trails in where we can within a pretty urbanized, built-out city. The plan also calls out design standards for trailhead amenities. This is what the city is pursuing already for all existing trailheads as they get built out. Also, of course, prioritizing getting these in at the Big Five where they can. The plan also looks at signage, which is critical, one, to complement CNF access. A lot of those discussions out of the Trails Working Group is what's legit, what actually is the way to get to the Cleveland National Forest. So we talk about that in the plan, about directional signage, as well as MUTCD signage, which is more about on-street and, navigating vehicles and all the rest. Plan also provides maintenance regiments and frequencies just to capture that and to make a system for maintaining trails as they're brought into the city system. The plan also includes funding sources from a variety of grants, as I mentioned already. These are competitive projects, and this is a great way to get them built, to help get them realized. And in the appendix, we tag every trail with the potential funding sources to make it easy. The plan also makes recommendations for acquisitions and parking. This is going to the survey. Again, the survey was asking, or one of the through lines of that survey was talking about supplying parking near trailheads. And that's also a challenge, related to some of those access points, is that there isn't much parking nearby. So one of the things that the city, or that the plan is recommending, is on a case-by-case basis to seek to acquire open space near trailheads to build out more parking options. Also looking to existing city-owned land, parks, or components of the landscape maintenance districts and finding ways to get parking into those as well. Oh, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the park and ride lots in Corona. Park and ride lots are a great opportunity. That would be a real good win. Perhaps we could even get a shuttle in place. That also might be a system that could help link up to the Metrolink. And we've discussed that before as well, is finding ways to connect to the two Metrolink stations. From a marketing perspective, we recommend building out and continuing to build upon the momentum of the website. The website's great, and it's something that can be used to help advertise the bounty, particularly of mountain biking trails that are on the city's border, and provide access. But a lot of it too is looking towards branding and making it something loud and proud and in people's face, make people aware that this could be a destination. Plan also recommends collaboration, of course, because a lot of the proposed trails run either on county land or CNF land, Forest Service, whatever that might be. Collaboration is key here, to make sure that these projects work. Forest Service is critical. It's also critical within the city to work with Public Works and others for on-street connections, either just to be able to get to a trail or to continue and use trails as a mode of convenience rather than just recreational. Oh, and finally, it also mentions an active transportation plan, because that's also part of a key component of this, is finding ways to just really work tightly within city departments to make sure that the two plans, trails and active transportation, are speaking to one another. Okay, so on towards implementation. So last time we were in this room, we discussed the prioritization methodology. We used a number of indicators here, which I do not have my glasses and I cannot read, but they're basically bumped into a couple different themes: access and equity, safety, community support, and feasibility. They have different weightings applied to them, which we reviewed with staff before running the model. I should say, all these numbers and all this is what we apply to all the lines on the map, and then we filter it through and we investigate what it spits out. This is the result of that effort. This is the 10-year implementation plan, which is in the project. A couple of things to explain here. So the things in green are components of trail circuits, which was also something that we were charged with investigating, seeing if we could piece together circuits throughout the city that could capture multiple users on different trips or needs. We also have trails that we prioritize that came out of the TMI or the Trails Working Group, whatever it might be. And then there are other smaller on this list that in the second column over, trail numbers do not have a value in that. That's because those are kind of low-hanging fruit that were already in the city 10-year CIP. So we're just including them on here great ideas, like a skyline, like the little bridge at Skyline, for example. This map talks towards those circuits as well. You know, you can see them, the red, the blue, and the green, as well as all of the other proposed trails throughout the city. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Donna to discuss next steps.
Thanks, Tim. So as we mentioned, our next steps are to have an in-depth discussion with the commission tonight. That's the purpose of this special meeting, to start digging into some of the areas where we may have gotten things right, maybe some areas where we missed some things, and we have some discussion questions that we're going to like to go over with you in the next part of the meeting. We've also made the plan available to the public and have pushed it out through our social media channels as well as our Inner Circle newsletter, so we can provide the public with an opportunity to read the plan now that it's been reorganized and provide some feedback as well. We're keeping the public comment period open for 3 weeks, and then once we bring the revised final draft plan back to the commission in January, we will include information on all of the public feedback that we've received over the last several weeks. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have some discussion questions that we wanted to go over with you tonight. We have 4 questions that are listed here, and then one that we realized we missed in this slide that is a very important topic is related to policies. So we have flip charts right up here that addresses each of these discussion areas, and then we'll also have an opportunity, if there's anything that we didn't address with these discussion topics, we can provide additional discussion on that as well. So again, this is the only agenda item for tonight. We've got the whole meeting to talk about this. We really want to take our time and make sure we capture all of your feedback. So we do look forward to that discussion, and I think after we get some public comment, if there's any on the plan, then we'll turn it over to Mr. Tucker to facilitate the discussion piece.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Ms. Vargas, are there any speaker cards from the public?
Yes, Chair, we have 1 speaker card.
May we have them come down? Thank you, sir.
Woodward. Yeah, I said before, I was involved in the working group side of things. The plan does look a lot easier, a little clearer to read. I kind of emailed Brett most of my comments, because he's the one that would change. It would be there was a table that was a little confusing. I think it was table 7 and 5 for the trail names, and which would cross over to the location. So as a resident that doesn't know all the stuff, kind of voiced that to him. And then just want to make sure my son was very clear that block is now called Mangalar. And I mentioned that to him, that if you're a local or have local kids that ride up there, block is definitely a very desirable trail to keep, especially the name of it. But anyways, the other thing I kind of wanted to get over is, I don't know how much you guys are aware of, the east side has some good trail systems. When you look on that map or the letter, I'm not 100% sure the landowners, but I think it's like a water district. There's some private land. So we kind of focused on that, tried to find some of those trails, and I'm glad that they're highlighted on there. They're really, people do ride them. A lot of people ride motorcycles and dirt bikes, but also focused over by the airport. There's a lot of trail systems through there. I mean, I found out that was the train track, but I ride through the wetlands area. I was never known right by Prado Park, or not Prado Park, Butterfield Park, that little levee. I thought it was just a levee. They're like, no, that's the old train track. And that was kind of neat, but they focused on that. And then a lot of the Native Americans really were interested in that area, because that's kind of where where they had their villages, and they were interested in it. But also, but to kind of get everybody around, we kind of came up with an idea and got Riverside County Flood Control involved to show the process to open up the channels. Those are a great, like almost little tributaries to different locations that people could commute through safely. I don't know, my parents are getting older. I've got a mother-in-law that's in a wheelchair. She wants to get outside. She keeps asking, hey, can I go to Skyline? I'm like, oh, it ain't gonna work. But these flood control channels are perfect I don't know if I only have 3 minutes. Do I? Okay. So anyways, I'm a fan of that. And then, I don't know, I got a lot more to say about it, but I think it's a good start. I'll probably finish for our trail systems in the city. But yeah, the channels are something that we open up. We could connect easily to Skyline, to the Santa Ana River, down to Gypsum Canyon, and over on the east side, easier.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Chair, we do have one more speaker card.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Freewald. I participated in the Corona Trails Working Group. I really believe that Corona has a great deal of potential to be a mountain bike destination because of its unique border with the Cleveland National Forest and the topography around this national forest. What I can tell you as a mountain biker of over 35 years is that Skyline is not a destination trail. It's a 4-mile climb and a 4-mile single track downhill, and that's it. If we can open up some of these other trails like Eagle, like Bedford, and work with the Cleveland National Forest to start building out some single track, which even if we don't work with the Cleveland National Forest on building out the single track, I think that's going to happen organically in the same way that it did along Skyline with Block Trail. The other thing I wanted to say was that with respect to Eagle Trail in particular, I think that, I guess what I wanted to say is with respect to all the trails, it seemed like from reading the report, you know, some of these trails are 6 to 10 years out. Access to Bedford, I think, was 2033. Access to Eagle was 2029 or 2026 was the plan, but it seemed like it was sort of taking an all or nothing approach. You know, before we open this trail to the public, we have to have a parking lot and facilities and benches and everything. What I'd like to suggest is that we consider a more stepwise approach where we, you know, maybe work with the local, work with the local area, maybe just start by posting a sign. And people will start to find these paths. There's already people riding on these trails. Start to post signs and put it on the website and show where these access points are, rather than just take an all or nothing approach, like it's absolutely closed until it's completely open. Like I said, people are using these now. My final comment was specific to Eagle. I looked on the city zoning maps, and if you look at the parcels, if you follow Crown Ranch Road all the way through to the Cleveland National Forest border, there's no private property that will obstruct anyone legally from getting there. One of the homeowners has posted signs that indicate it's private property with, you know, I have cameras and I'm watching you and all these things. So I'd just like the city to sort of explore that. If it's illegal, it should be taken down. And quite frankly, I think signs to the Eagle Trail specifically should be posted. I recognize Bedford might be a little more of a challenge because I think there is some legitimate private property between the public area and that trail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Ms. Vargas, are there any written comments?
Yes, Chair, we do have one written comment, and I will go ahead and read that.
Thank you.
I enthusiastically support efforts, sorry, I forgot to start it. There we go. I enthusiastically support efforts to improve access to existing trails in adjacent wildlands, specifically to include Skyline Drive Trail, Santa Ana River Trail, Fresno Canyon Trail, Eagle Road Trail, Bedford Motorway Trail. I strongly oppose opening flood control channel maintenance roads to recreational use, primarily for public safety reasons as detailed below. I assert that modification of existing parkways and city sidewalks on fully developed main thoroughfares include specifically Foothill Parkway, Ontario Avenue, and South Main Street, violate existing city standards and policies as reflected in Corona General Plan, are impossible to build in accordance with ALTA proposals at certain locations, would be difficult and expensive to construct at certain other proposed locations, would provide little or no added benefit as compared to existing parkways and sidewalks. I assert that these proposals should be rejected out of hand because even those segments which technically could be constructed would provide little or no benefit and would only waste our tax dollars. The original intent of creating a Trails Master Plan as stipulated by RFP 18-004SB is as follows. The city is proposing to prepare a Trails Master Plan that identifies the locations of key trails in the city and trail access. The goal of the plan is to better plan for trail access and connections in conjunction with development that may occur in areas of nearby trails and provide an appropriate interface between nature and built environment. The plan is not intended to create new trail locations, but will document where current trails and/or planned trails exist. Quote-unquote, "may" is prospective, not retrospective, and the scope clearly states the plan is not intended to create new trail locations. Neither this contract, including 3 amendments, nor Goal PR-6 of Corona General Plan contemplate significant altercations to the public right-of-way in developed areas of the city. Reference to Corona General Plan shows the following. Goal PR-6 states, "A comprehensive and quality system of off-road hiking, biking, and equestrian trails that are, to the extent feasible, accessible to people of all ages and connect residents to natural resources surrounding Corona." Policy PR-6.3 states, "Encourage creation of a multi-purpose trail system for hiking, biking, and equestrian use in areas commonly used for these purposes, such as along washes, creeks, drainages, hillsides, parks, and other public use areas." The current proposal by Ulta blatantly disregards scope of work stipulated by RFP 18-004SB and the intent stated in policy PR-6.3, and therefore should be rejected as not in compliance with the Corona General Plan. The primary purpose of flood control channel access roads in inspection and maintenance of flood control channels. Any secondary use such as recreation must meet. And then I do have a copy of this letter for the commissioners, and then this letter will be filed along with the minutes.
Great, thank you, Ms. Vargas. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Assistant City Manager, Mr. Justin Tucker, who will facilitate the discussion questions.
Chairman and Commissioners, I'm glad to be here with you. This is a big plan. It's pretty comprehensive in a lot of ways, and so the easiest way to work through some of these things is to work on specific questions to be answered, allow you time to talk about those, and then come back to some of the other things that maybe we missed. And so you had asked for a working session. If it's okay, I'm going to take off my jacket so we can get to work. Is that okay? Cool. All right, so if it's all right with you, we'll just start with the first question, which is it organized and easy to understand? We had comments about that because that was a big concern last time. And probably the easiest way to do that is to talk about those concerns. Maybe you want to start with, can we work from my right to your left? Is that all right? On this question? Commissioner Olson?
I do AV for a living. Go figure. I found this easier to read. I did actually have the time and effort to actually get through this plan this time. Last time it was a kind of like trying to eat the elephant. This time it was a little easier to get through. There was some overlap and duplication between sections, but I was able to find my way through the plan. Could it be better? Probably. But for grading on improvement, vastly better than the last stab.
Do you have some suggestions to make it better?
You know, I didn't really think about that specifically, so I'd have to stew on that a little bit, but I'd welcome the comments of my colleagues who maybe have thought about that specific portion a little more.
Perfect. Chairman Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. For comments, I forwarded you 2 copies. There's roughly 31 comments I have put together, and they're pretty much in line with the questions you have on the boards here. But I want to first thank the city staff for making this special meeting happen and occur tonight. And I also want to applaud Alta for addressing the questions, comments, and suggestions on the previous submittal documentation. And some of the things, I found it very organized this time around, the documentation. It was easy to go through. As Vice Chair spoke about earlier, there are quite a few duplicate comments between chapters. I mean, almost verbatim. You have a whole paragraph that's cut paste over here to put over here. And maybe it's just for illuminating that particular comment on prioritization type thing. So, our policy making recommendations. So that happened several times. I think that the graphics could be better organized, just because I'm into graphics for one thing, and I work on that daily. But graphics will lead a person either astray or right to the point of a good conversation with themselves to hone in on the topic being discussed. So graphics.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is it that the graphics aren't detailed enough, or they're not in the right place, or what would you like out of those graphics?
Well, yeah, we read these booklets 8.5 by 11 on screen, but I printed it out and read it from that viewpoint because I think the average person, and I'm average, I'm below average really, will read these comments or these booklets from this point of view, 8.5 by 11. So when we look at the plan views, the street names vanish or they're not there at all. So when you see the proposed trails 1, 2, 3, and 4 in class 1 through 4, you don't know where that line happens to be located on. And I do know that it's Foothill Boulevard or Ontario just by, I drive home that way all the time. So that may be the case. So, but they're not pronounced enough in the actual overall graphics. And then I think the color choices in some cases at the very end are not, I mean, they work against each other. They don't contrast, so they kind of disappear into the woodwork, so to speak. So again, graphics. And then organizing map terminology. I found it somewhat confusing at times. For example, you might have on page 11 the words map 2, which kind of talks about existing trails. But then there's a second map 2 also on page 116. So is it map 2 the first one or map 2 the second one? So it could be map A or map B to differentiate that. Some of the, on page 2, for example, some of the information at the bottom in the legend are things that have disappeared or be lost. Maybe it's just my printer at the office. I don't know. It could be all that. It could be I read it early in the morning and my eyes are still blurry. I did find it being organized, the book that talked about the SWOT analysis. I found it very illuminating. And then it was talked about collaboration with others is one of the key of our success. So that was, I'm kind of going through the whole gamut of information.
So we're gonna try and stick to each one of these, and then
Right.
I'm gonna pull up a pad that says "other," and then we can come back to. How about that?
I think the unfortunate thing, though, is that, and this is a great way to do this, but I don't think we read it that way. So we didn't read it, so I'm going to just talk about being organized, policies.
Yeah. So interestingly, these is the way that the comments from the last time you saw this. These were the core of the comments from the last time you saw it, and with council. That's why we bring it back to you in this order, is because you said you want to fix the organization, you want to work on policies, you want to work on the alignments, looking at projects and prioritization. So I completely understand that maybe we don't read it that way, but our response was to try and solve those problems that you had presented previously. But I'm happy to pull up another pad. Maybe we'll pull this prioritization one off and we'll put other on this one for the other side comments. Is that okay?
Okay, we'll go back. I'm going to invite you to move on to Ms. Kinney here. If she could, she's really our trails guru, so pretty much.
Okay. I do appreciate the improvements as well. When you have these kind of lists, there's not a whole lot left to be said. I think that what is really important and is that until these maps and plans and all of these ideas are just lines on a page. There is a lot that needs to go on between this and actually having a trail. And I think that we risk getting too detailed because we're going to need to, there's so many hurdles that have to come between now and then. And so I think that my suggestion is I kind of I like where there's areas where there's flexibility, and I think that really needs to, when we talk about this. So as far as organization, yes, I like that, but I also think that streamlining the document, allowing it to be more flexible rather than saying, mile marker 1.2 to 1.7 is going to look like this. We don't even know if it's going to be built. I mean, so.
Perfect. So I want to ask a little bit of clarifying for that one too. So in some ways, we have a master plan that gives us a big vision, and we also need a plan to implement it. So in your opinion, how would we balance including flexibility in the organization, which I think is what we're trying to get at, and then also demonstrate that we are able to implement it? Like how could we do that in a way in this plan that would rightfully be able to say, yeah, we might not be able to build it that way, but would really like to build it?
I think it comes down to, and that's going to be our next talking point, is policy and opportunity. I mean, those are the two big things that are going to probably determine what happens next, even ahead of priorities. I mean, we could have these priorities be just awesome and not have any opportunity. And then what do? Do you cut your losses, or do you wait around until those top ones get completed? And so when I'm looking at it, that's just, I think that the goal really needs to be policies and where we want to look for opportunities. And if we have the opportunities, what would that finished product look like? And I think that's all this document really needs to do, in my opinion.
Okay, so I want to capture that again because I'm not exactly sure that I understand.
Okay.
So the last part you said, you want to know what that's going to look like when we're done.
So if we have a policy and then we have an opportunity, what are we striving for?
Okay.
With those opportunities? Are we striving for, and then we can go back to the document and say, okay, so in this area we have an opportunity to build, an access point or a connector point, or in this area we have it's going to vary. The city is so varied; it's going to vary in every situation is going to be different. So that was my comment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for indulging my questions. Are we good to move on? Perfect. Commissioner Wentworth.
Okay. Well, all right. This was better organized. I want to say thank you for taking out the City Council's strategic plan goals and replacing them with purpose and goals for this document, specific to this document. Much better. So yes, there. And I think, Justin, what you're looking for, I think we will possibly need the opportunity to revisit this organization nugget with you as we proceed through, because I have several places in the document where I'm like, this could be organized like this or like that. So, but I think what you're looking for is very specifics. So, I'm just going to go through just on the Trails Master Plan, the very beginning of the plan, page 11. Can we take the beautiful blue Norco Equestrian Trail and turn that yellow and make our very limited trail system blue? Because I cannot see it on my computer or on here in such a way. And I think you are trying to impress upon us the lack of trails. So, or maybe you want to designate the Cleveland National Forest trails green instead of yellow and ours blue, like something more primary, because you made great points. And again, that doesn't really stand out, but it will to somebody that's flipping through this, so you can kind of see. That would be my suggestion on that with the graphics for that one.
Commissioner Wentworth, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was going to pull up the slide that has that map because I think it was as part of the presentation, just so we can see and make sure that we are all familiar with the one that you're talking about. I think it's slide number 8.
So I'm glad that in the organizational process, you went back and I noticed you changed some of the color schemes. I think also in some of these maps for organization, you know, in the key, you're listing there's maps, I'll pull them out. That's what I mean by going back. There's maps where you put every single type of trail that could possibly be is in the key. And then there's several different types on the actual paper. And there's a few maps where I think that's unnecessary for the reader. And I think it actually makes the overall commentary that you're trying to make in the prior page onto that map hard to distinguish what it is you're talking about. So again, I think that falls into organization, and I'll probably pick that up as we flip through these sections. So I'll revisit that with you, but we'll go with page 11. There's several points in this plan where I was very in need of cross-referencing. And by that, I mean, I want you to cross-reference for the reader because the way the maps are organized, which I actually don't really, it was very difficult. I don't want to say I had an easy time getting through this because I didn't in sections. I spent 20 plus hours on this, and I found pieces of this really trying to analyze where the trail is, what you're doing, where the map is, difficult. So even in the beginning, I only got to page 12, and my first note was, why aren't we cross-referencing pages for this trail? Why aren't you showing me that Rincon Street multi-use path, West Coast, can be cross-referenced on page, just a footnote, you know, page 120, 140, you know. So those were kind of some points where I thought that would be necessary. So
Can I just jump in really quickly?
Uh-huh.
So at the end of the document, we'll have there's an appendix that's partially built out that has each of these trail segments.
Okay.
I think that including a cross-reference there is reasonable.
I think it would be useful, I'm going to interrupt you, sorry. I think so, because I want to stay on this rather than focus back to that. I want to be specific then on page 12. You are listing map 3, the third phase, proposed trail Palisades multi-use path. Then if you're going to do that, then maybe you want to put the appendix section that's in, because that's put in multiple times. So I get what you're saying, but yes, so that's where I would go with that. So sorry, just to try to save time, Justin, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Just interrupted you and cut you off. But.
No, it's okay. What I was also going to point is that we want to make sure that you understand that this is a draft document and that it'll be modified and updated. And so a lot of that cross-referencing stuff is very difficult to do because as you change a page number, it's going to switch. But I think that's a good point.
But I don't think
we
there's
can come back to it.
Yeah, if there was a footnote, if you had placeholders then that I don't know about that you're going to later do, that's great. But I'm going to be looking for that. So when you come through with a more finalized draft, or at least put a footnote that there would be a cross-reference to the appendix page or something. Page 25 is your policies and programs. And so this section, okay, this section, page 25, 26, and 27. The way this is organized, no me gusta. So I would say that for the average reader, this needs to be simplified and broken into two sections. You have two types of policies. You're trying to do policy and you're trying to do program. I think that overall the document, and if you ask the community and probably myself and Amy and Matt and who've been involved with trying to get active and get these trails recognized and protected, you would find that our first key thing that we want out of this document is for the City Council to adopt the policy changes that allow us to preserve access, preserve the trails, right, and move forward with possibly, you know, as the last of the development happens in the foothills, which you know is going to happen, and over by the SART, do we not lose our parking? We don't lose our access points, right? Those are the policies that are listed in here, and you make all the great suggestions. I'm saying I highlighted the yellow ones in yellow, if you can see. I'll just hold it up. So on page 26, you can see the little yellow. Those are all policy, and in between, I don't have it highlighted because those are programs. If you could break this into two lists, that was policy And programs like this would be easier to read than this long thing with the lines between. I would like to see also your policies, your top policies maybe listed that way. My fear is that we will move this document forward and the staff and the city council will not really grasp and move forward with the policy recommendations that you're making if this isn't spelled out more clearly. So that's the angle that I was coming from as a reader and as a commissioner. So if we did that, like I said, I picked them out in yellow on the 2 pages. I would break it up that way, maybe list form. And then, let's see. Okay. Another organizational, same thing, page 50, which is your marketing page. I would actually simplify this marketing page with a list. Simplify this with maybe bolding some things or list. Number 1, the number 1 thing we want to do is an online or recommend is an online map for trails. Number 2, circuit trail map. Number 3 is wayfinding. Number 4 is branding. There's a little bit of organization and maybe cut out. These are great words. I get the paragraphs. I read them, but there's this point where I was like, we could simplify this. We could make this in a list form for somebody to be like, here's what we really want to, how we really want to put our marketing, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you can explain it after that, but again.
So something like a key points out of that section or something? Is that what you're
Something
saying?
like that,
Like the
yeah.
key takeaways out of marketing. These are the things that we would really like.
Yeah. And then you follow it with a little image. I get that. Okay. Okay, and then my next, biggest point with organization on this section that I don't, that I'd like to see change, that I didn't find it easy to use, is if we go to page 54. Page 54 is our map for trail prioritization. It's got however many 70-some trails on here numbered. And then page 55 is our Trails Master Plan, how we figured out how to prioritize this material. Then page 56 is an explanation of map 6, table 7, map 7. And then page 57 is existing and proposed trails. And then page 58 is the trail name with the trail number and the tables. So what I ended up doing as a user on a practical standpoint is I sat here and I was like, I want to figure out our number 1 trail, number 70, Public Safety Way, and I got to go back these pages to this map to find number 70. It doesn't make sense. Go ahead and take that map and throw it either before or after your page 58, which is your trail name per table 7. It's too disjointed in there.
Agreed. Yeah, definitely agreed. Found myself doing the same exact thing.
Yeah.
So having I'm trying to think through this. So just the exact same map, multiply, like just taken in different spots. Like when we were talking about trail prioritization, you'd like to have it inside that section, even if it's a duplicate.
No, don't duplicate it. Take page 54 and make it page 61. Put it after the list then, so that I'm not doing this. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so take page 54, which is your actual map with the numbers, right here, and then put it either right before your list, which is your table 7, or after table 7. Give me table 7, and then give me the map. How about that? That way the two things are connected, and I can reference them easier. So as I'm reading through this, I can be like, oh, you decided to score, here's your criteria. I get the criteria. Okay, here's a little explanation, some more of the criteria. Here's another all trails map without numbers on it that's not helpful at all to the table 7, right? But it comes in front of table 7.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we're trying to totally understand.
Yeah.
Which
So-
is you want to have the trail map that has prioritization with the table that has prioritization.
Right. So I want to have the trail map that has all the numbers on it that correspond to Table 7 next to Table 7.
The map is the visual aid to the table.
To the table, and it's not next to the table. So as I'm reading it, I see what you guys are doing, trail prioritization, great. And then you start talking about that, and then you give me the map, and then you tell me how you scored it, right? And then there's more about scoring, and then there's a different map, and then a Table 7. Table 7's map is 3 pages back. That's it. I mean, that's pretty, so that made it really difficult for me to, I'm trying to go back and forth. And then the other thing that I want to see on Table 7, and I think I said this last time, I'm pretty sure I did. I really 100% want to see on here the cross-reference to the other maps that you have for each of these trails where you blow them up and you go into more detail. So in other words, Rincon Street multi-use path is our second most prioritized path, okay? It should say next to it page 148, 150, 152, and 154. Because that is the map that they put together for us to actually look at that trail. So in other words, okay, I can come to the big map that I just told you needed to be moved, but when I want to blow it up, now I don't have to go through every single page of this document trying to find the blowout of that trail that you did for me. So I took a couple of these and I had to spend my time trying to do that. Like when I wanted to look at it in more detail, I mean, then I had to go and kind of like fish it out. And then sometimes I would some of these trails don't have that cross-reference where you're blowing it up. And so sometimes I might be looking, I'm like, oh shoot, right, that wasn't in the appendix because it's such a small segment. We didn't blow that up in a separate map. And so that way the reader knows, some of these trails aren't going to have that secondary blowout, and then some of them do have other places for you to look at it in more detail and quickly get to. So that would be the organizational change that I would make that's tedious, but I think would actually be very helpful for the reader. I think it would have been helpful for me, so. And I consider myself like a newbie to that. Like I'm learning with everybody else. So, page 63, CIP circuit segments. Can you just lighten that green color on that, even online? That might help. Because you're doing a green and a white offset of each other. I don't know if you need to go back to black lettering inside that
That's
graphic.
just for clarity, right? So you can read it better.
Yeah, just so you can read it better. It's just like he was saying graphics, and I think you were looking for specific graphics. No? Okay.
Just make it more legible, but
Right.
that's a good point.
That's one of those, make it all black with a lighter green. I don't know.
Michelle, I have a question for you.
Sure.
And for our team here. On the Table 6, the criteria for priorities, how do we get a 1 versus a 2 in most cases? So, for example, connects to key destinations a couple times. I think it's a weight of 1, and is identified by the TWG group. And then parking trail has a dedicated parking lot, including park and ride lot. That was a 1 versus another one that might have a number 2. I didn't understand the importance and the value given to that.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Can we turn that over to maybe Tim?
Which page is that on, Tim?
Totally.
55?
That's on page 55.
Okay, thanks.
And the weighting of those individual criteria was, this is a list of, a customized list for the city, but a list of best practices for how we evaluate trails. The weighting we leave up to our clients, and we work through that in discussion. So we work through that with city staff, but generally the guidance was just pretty much do what is best practice. So city right-of-way gets a boost because, well, it's way cheaper to build. Agency coordination is one that's custom for the city, right? Because we know that there's a lot of challenges related to where we can actually build things. So if the city owns it, then we're giving extra double boost. Related to Trails Working Group, again, because of guidance from this body and council, a lot of weight and importance was given to input from the Trails Working Group, and so that's why it's weighted more heavily. Others, too, another point, too, is like access and equity, for example. Because of the nature of these trails, particularly because we're in an urban context, the way that those are ranked and evaluated is, you can just imagine, like, a longer trail is going to score better, right? And so in order to devalue that and help us to see the forest from the trees, we have a lower ranking for those, but the cumulative effect is quite high still.
We're going to come back to that prioritization and when we get to 5, but did that clarify you at least for a little bit to try and get that started? Okay, because I'd like to come back to that one again, right? Because I think that's going to be important. Great question.
Okay, and then we get into the section that says Appendix A, comparison of like cities. And then we jump to the end of that at page 106, and it's a paragraph about the heading doesn't really fit. It's trail development policies and comparisons. It's great that I think this is maybe some of the duplication. I don't mind the duplication in here. I'm not going to call out the duplicate. I think the duplication is fine. So that may not be for everybody, but as far as I'm looking for clarity. So I'm thinking duplication, even if you make a bolded list at the end of a paragraph, people don't read. They read the first and last sentence, and that's it. So, I'm kind of like, there's moments where we could simplify this. Again, this is one of those moments, page 106, a simple thing. I just would like to see you possibly at the very top just do a simple cross-reference as seen on page 25, 26, and 27 of the major plan. Because it doesn't, I get the commentary that you're saying on the other plans as compared to what we're trying to do, but I'd like to direct the reader back to your prioritization list. I think that's a valid, rather than repeat it, I still think that you could direct back to it in that sense. Okay, hold on, because there was a missing table.
Well, you're looking for that. I love the cross-referencing that you can read along. If we're going to, most people I imagine are going to read this in an electronic format, whether PDF or otherwise. Can they be hyperlinks so you can just click from one to the other?
Sure.
Even better?
That's a good idea. Okay. Appendix B, Trails Inventory. So I read this section, and I made a note to myself, and I was like, this appendix needs a table of contents page. Then I went back to the original draft, and there it is, table 17, but it's not here. So you did it, but then in the reorganization, I don't know if you guys thought it was duplication. It is actually page 190 of the original draft that I have. So let's see here. Yep. Page 190. Yeah, I'm in Appendix B when you're looking for organizational. Table 17 just is that simple list of what's in there. And I flipped into this, and we go ahead and we start in right away with corridor map, right? But that table 17 was your introduction to here's everything that's in that section. So that should come in here. The other thing with this section, I think this is the section that I had the most trouble with. This is the one I have the most notes on too. I found this section extremely difficult to follow and read. I really wanted it simplified, and I know that maybe this makes extra pages, but particularly when I was trying to look on my laptop, honestly, I wanted you to take the Green River Road multi-use path and put that there for me, and then follow it up with the exact maps all the way through for that path. And then the next time that you send me to a body of text to read would be the Palisades Drive multi-use path. And then you set me up with the maps for that. Then those maps, these are the blowout maps that get cross-referenced on that list that I just told you. That way, when I was trying to look on the, when you don't have any idea of where things are and you're trying to find, let's say like Rincon, and you're like, geez, is Rincon east, west, north, or south? I'm looking and I find it on the little map, number 70, but it's right here. It could have been cross-referenced for me to go Appendix B, pages 110 through 113 kind of
So
thing.
cluster the trails that are close to each other in the Appendix B, that link to each other.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is for the reader, I want the text to be, as the example, the first thing in here is Green River Road multi-use path. Then I don't want any more text. I want to see the maps for that path. Then the next time I see the text, it should be the Palisades Drive multi-use path, followed by the maps for that path. Instead of making me flip ahead 3 pages and try to follow along and then flip back to the characteristics of the Palisades use path. The problem is because you're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, you've got 4 trails on these 2 pages, followed by each map for all 4 trails. I'm asking you to do text explanation map, text explanation map for all 4 of those trails, because what I ended up doing was I just was constantly flipping back, and online, it was easier on paper. It was actually harder to do online. To follow the document in that direction.
Commissioner Kenny has something.
Okay, I have a quick a question of the commission and what everybody thinks and staff as well. So when we're going through this and talking about organization and things like that, do we have an agreed upon idea who the targeted reader is? And are we trying to provide a document that will guide policy and help with protecting areas with development and capital improvement projects in the city? Or are we looking for something that we can turn over to the public and say, if you want to go hike, go look at this document, this is where you're going to find the maps? Those are 2 different things, and I don't know if trying to create this document to cover both is appropriate or not, or if that's what we want, if we want that out of there. So I'm just wondering what everybody else thinks.
I thought of that as well. I also felt like you didn't write this for me to read. That was my impression of this section. So I thought of that as I was reading it. This wasn't meant for me to be able to follow. This was meant for, the staff to be able to follow. But I still felt that it was needed I'm just asking them to just reorder this because they're not going to change these maps. I just felt like even as a regular user, though, if I really wanted to follow one trail and it was like by my house, just to dig down what the example would be to get through the one trail through this document was not easy. So I came from it from a resident's perspective because I think that ultimately residents will read it as it pertains to them. And so I kind of was like, then maybe it should be, if I lived by Palisades and there is an extensive nature trail proposed through here that I can tell by reading the text we're already using, and then you're trying to connect it. And if I lived back here or had a business back here, I would want to be able to find that more easily than what we're doing.
So I think that's a good question. I don't know what the other commissioners say. Like maybe we could adapt the organization based on who we think the reader is, right? So we can, back to your initial comment about flexibility here, a master plan doesn't have to provide all those details, right? It can be a much higher level document with alignments, or it can have really specific segments. But I think it would be interesting to hear from the commission who the audience is that you would like to tailor this writing to.
In my opinion, it's primarily to the folks, the ratifying policy, which would be us and ultimately the council, but we're all very normal people in these positions. So it should be written with the necessary policy framework. readable by a normal person. So I think it can check both boxes personally.
Okay.
If I could add, Mr. Tucker, one of the things that we are going to try and do once the plan is finalized is to have that quick reference document that you mentioned that gives an overview of all the trail systems. So if somebody wants to go out on a hike or find different ways to access the city, they'll have that reference document. So that is going to be a final product without having to dig through all of the detail of the plan to be able to find. So we will be appeasing to both users at the end of the final trail plan.
That was kind of what I was getting at, is that we could spend the next forever trying to make this document that's going to satisfy all those needs, where that's really maybe wasn't its intent. And so I don't want to lose. Obviously, it needs to be written so we can all understand it. I mean, we're all people up here should be able to understand this document, and the community should as well. But I don't think this is going to be the go-to document. It's going to be that quick reference or an app or, QR codes and signs or whatever. This is not going to be the ultimate document that the public is going to use to plan their Saturday. And so I think we can just get really kind of lost in the weeds on this. So that's just I just was curious what other people thought.
Yeah. One option is to remove Appendix B, because it has all those details into it, and just focus on the CIP documents, which are in the end, right? They're in that appendix that say, this is the trail segment broadly, these are the alignments, and these are the proposed amenities at each one, this is the type and class. Those are in, which appendix? Appendix E. So Appendix B is a remnant of the previous plan that does go segment by segment, very, very detailed. You could extract that to a higher level, to Appendix E, which has sort of, this is the basics of this type of trail, this is the alignment at a higher level, these are the amenities and improvements. That is some direction you could give us if you think that that's helpful, or we can try and modify Appendix B and have this duplicate at Appendix E. But I think the hardest thing for staff is to try to figure out how much detail to provide and when to pull back, right, and show you the big picture. And a lot of master plans are really built for high-level thinking across like big alignments. But frankly, staff also sometimes get criticized because we're not in the details and giving you the opportunity to dig into the details. And so as we went back and reorganized the plan, we tried to provide you both, but it's overwhelming and it can be confusing. And so if you have a specific type of direction that says, we would prefer to have something that's higher level that people can look over at and give a big, broad arc to, with some details, right, that you'd like to contribute, or do you want to get us down into the weeds and like go through every little segment? That's the type of direction I think would be helpful for us as we go back to try to make this manageable for all the readers.
What I get worried about is when you get too much detail, and you have a proposed trail alignment, say, on this map, and it seems like this is a very detailed document, and then a development comes through, and it's a half a mile away from a proposed trail. And you go, okay, we want you to build this trail in lieu of your park. And they're like, well, that's not on our property. If you get yourself so focused on these alignments and these details so far out, and I think that you could end up boxing yourself in. And so my preference all along, I think this could have been a really small document and accomplished a lot. That was really what the goal was. I appreciate all the detail, and I don't think everybody's in agreement with me on that, and I'm fine with that as well. But I just think we have to be careful. Some of the details could be, people think that it's set in stone now, it's concrete, and now this is how it's going to be, and people can get upset, and there could be a whole lot of backlash that is not even necessary. And so I would prefer to have it take a broader view of it rather than the details. But that's just my opinion.
Can I get maybe some other feedback?
Go ahead.
No, just.
Here, trade me.
Here, use mine.
I had a question or a thought to response. So if we were to take out those maps or those details, how would we address policy with that? Like, what would trigger the policy to go into effect or to be used? I'm asking. So.
Do you want to answer that, or do you want? I mean, my thoughts is that we don't have future parks on sites necessarily located anywhere either, and so, one of the projects that I was involved with was actually Arantine Hills, and that was in the county. That flood control channel that there's a trail on now is in the county, and there was originally a park plan for that development instead of the trail, and I was on the, that was my area that I was representing. And we went to the city and said, hey, we would really like to preserve access to Bedford and start here. Can we swap out, were you willing to ask them to swap out their park for this trail along that wash? And they said, sure. They didn't care. And they had to get through a certain amount of, they had to do a certain amount of things for the community, and they had to pay a certain amount into parks and open space, that was how it was done. I don't think not having that trail on any plan did not stop that process from happening. And so I think that there's already a policy to have parks dedicated and developer impact fees and all those park fees. That's already in place. I think that the final negotiation comes down with the Planning Commission and the City Council. And so I don't see, that's where I get back into the lines on the page. There's going to have to be movement, and there's going to have to be creative thinking, and there's going to have to be just bigger picture on figuring this stuff out.
Yeah, I think so. I think that goes back to your ask for flexibility in the plan. I agree with that, and I think that the reason why it feels rigid is because we don't have the vision set early on in the plan. And I'm coming into this obviously later than most. So on the back page, it says the City of Trails, and I'm thinking, okay, if our big goal as a community is to become the City of Trails, I think that when we talk about the organization, we should lead with that, because if we want this to be a document that is going to guide the development and improvement, for the next 10 years, whoever picks up this document, City Council, Commission member, whoever it's going to be, we want them to carry on the vision, right? We want them to carry that picture forward. So because there was not any of that set early on in the document. So I think if we start with that, and then talk about the purpose of the plan, and then organize the goals better. The goals, and again, that goes all back to setting, this is the broad vision, and then just directly get into the recommendations. I think we can save a lot of getting caught up in the weeds by reorganizing it that way.
Thank you. Does this capture what you're getting at, which is put the vision early, make sure clear purpose, and those goals are early on?
Yeah, but I think the goals need to be reorganized. I think they could be presented better. They're so specific. So if we can figure out the organization of them to put them more into category, then you can tie those throughout the document. I feel like there's not like a thread that goes through the whole document from start to finish, and I think that's why it can feel a little bit choppy. But if you have the goals early on and they're reorganized and presented differently, then we can come back to them in the recommendations, like, oh yes, this recommendation addresses this goal, which is what our community said that they wanted, which commits us to becoming a city of trails. So I think that might help provide some flexibility to the document. Right, it's not, it doesn't go back. I don't really revisit that later on.
Is this what you're trying to say? Is this capture that, tie the vision and goals to the outcomes at the end? Is that what you're trying to say, or should I write it differently?
Yes, the outcomes the outcomes as in the recommendations, is that what you're?
There we go. Is that what you mean? Recommendations, not outcomes.
Yes, because and I liked the idea of, let me go back to that page. Yes, that's what I mean. Tie vision and goals to recommendations. So then it would be tied to policies, programs, standards, funding, acquisitions and parking, marketing. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
I think that I brought this up several times before, and the other commissioners did, that possibly, and once we read what you went out to bid for Alta to do, we were thinking there would be more explanation and coordination with the community and the commission on the vision for this document, so that the vision statement reflects the city more. It's not Alta's fault that it doesn't. It wasn't in there to do this, and so the document reflects that lack of vision.
Okay.
And that's my biggest criticism of this document, is that the vision isn't there. It's a statement. The goals are really. I mean, I don't have a problem with how you simplified this. I think it's infinitely better than what was there before. So it's one of those moments where I'm just like, it's passable. So I don't have as much issue with that. And I see what Commissioner Kinney is saying. I guess my thing is maybe the Trails Inventory Appendix B shouldn't be your second thing. But if you're going to leave this in here and you're going to show people where you're proposing where you want to show the maps, and if people want to see this, I'm still going to stand by my thing where it's like, give me the trail and then give me the map, and stop giving me 4 trails, 4 maps, 4 more trails, 4 more maps. I can't deal with that. That's just, you ask for organization, that's it, as blunt as it's going to get.
Thank you.
So that's basically where I went with that. And that was, once we get through this, sorry I'm taking up so much time, but that was the meat of the organizational issues that I had with this plan so far. Other than, let me see. I do have a note that would fall under organization. The very last page, I think it's the last page, under Appendix H, there's no page number on it. There is a table on SART that you have copied, probably from their documentation, and it's off. I don't know if there's supposed to be dollar signs there on that graphic, but there's a line through it, and I'm sure, yeah. And I know it's not, you pulled that off of something. Do you know what on what page is that? I don't know, because all the SART pages that you inserted from the county don't have page numbers on them, so it's after page 267. I think it is the very last page of the document. And then I have one more thing on organization. You're going to have to help me out here. I want to give this to you.
Sure.
There is a map that I pulled out on the circuits, and it doesn't have a page number, and I don't know where I got it from. I don't know if I pulled that map out of that map right there. I don't know if I pulled it out of the old. It was separate? Okay.
What's,
So it was printed up, and then I was looking online for this map and I was trying to put it away, basically. It's a fine map, but I was like, where is it online? Why isn't it in the circuit map? Why isn't it in the circuit section?
I mean, I think it's the same map.
Okay, I couldn't find it in the circuit section, which is
If I
whatever
may,
appendix that is.
this map here plotted out is created by city staff using Alta data. The other map that you saw is an Alta map created using the exact same data. There have been some revisions
Okay.
through these conversations, but that's the discrepancy that you're seeing.
Okay, so page 166, which is your map in Appendix C, okay, matches up to this map. Okay, well, I like the colors better because it's easier to see than the yellow and the way it's blown up with the street names and stuff. So I think this is great. Just maybe maybe it's page 167. Because I was like, this is great. And I couldn't figure out where I got it from. Well, now I know. I think that's all the comments I have that will fall under your organization category. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Bass, do you have other thoughts about organization?
Here we go. I just wanted to say that I felt like there was tremendous improvement in this plan, so I really appreciated that. I'm sure you guys did a ton of work to make that happen, so great job. Obviously what I said before, and just I was gonna say back on vision that I don't know what kind of conversations happened about vision before the plan was before it was put out or created or consolidated into this form. I don't want to disregard anyone's input of the vision that could go into this, but also again just that let's make sure that it's broad and takes us into the future, and we might have got a lot of input at different points over the past 4 years. So, but how can we repackage almost all of that input into a statement? So I don't know if there has been a statement. Was there a vision? There was no vision statement created.
No, that was my critique from the very beginning, was we were using the city council's strategic plan that they developed and using that as our vision statement. And thank you, Justin, for hearing me taking that out. So the reason is, and that's what I was so upset about in the beginning, is because when they went to Alta and they said, this is what we want you to do, that wasn't in the list of things to do.
Create a vision.
Right, really explore the vision of what does a community want with these trails. There's no statement that
Do we know where this
says-
came from? The City of Trails?
Well, I think that's
So
just...
that came from the council.
That came from, yeah, that idea of being rails to trails and all that, that's been just kind of nomenclature that's been going around. So the goal of Menifee's plan is stated as the goal of our Trails Master Plan is a comprehensive network of hiking, biking, walking trails that do not negatively impact the natural environment or culture of Menifee. It's not in here. And Menifee is not being used as a thing. But it's like the way they then tied that statement into how they worked with their community to get that statement was in their plan, so that you could have clearly said, oh, okay, this is how they arrived at this being. So our statement is the first sentence and that's, most of the trail plans read like that. The very first sentence of our trail plan is comparable to Menifee's, but just the way they tied it together helps the reader see how we got from one to the other. And I think that's what you're saying you're not seeing.
Right.
Is that right?
Can I interject you? This is the third round of work on trails. So the inventory was to identify them, the other one was to set up the framework, and then this was supposed to be the sort of implementation document. So if you'd allow us, I'd be happy to hear your comments too, but if you'll allow us, I'd like to go back to Trails Master Inventory and the Phase 1 document to make sure that vision is clear, because we've done a lot of outreach, right? And we've done a lot of that work. So if you'll give us the grace or the opportunity to go back and clarify that vision so we can put that in here. I think it's in those other documents, maybe not specifically laid out, but I think that the framework and the pieces are there, so we can clarify that. It would help here if that's all right with the commission. We'd like to be able to give that.
Right. It sounds
opportunity
like
to do that.
it sounds like it's there. So it's somewhere. Yes. But again, I think that will help with the flexibility piece of it.
Okay. Would you all like to stand up and like shake out before we go to the next one or anything? No? Okay, guess not. Maybe just me. A timeout, is that what you said? You want to take a timeout? Okay. Thank you for... You'll have less to say? I mean, I think that's fantastic. Thank you. We have lots of notes on organization, and I appreciate that. I think that that's really helpful for us. All these are really helpful as we go back to make some edits. So I know this is a big one for everyone. Let's work on the policies. If at some point we need to talk about other things, what I'll probably do is say, this might be, just to give you a heads up, we want to work on the policies, but if for some reason you bring up something else, I might run over to the other one and say, oh, that actually probably here, let's go talk about that in a second. Is that okay? Okay, cool. So do we want to start, over here, Commissioner, Vice Chair Olson?
Thank you. Just a couple of notes, and Michelle brought up a great point about the recommended policies and programs for trail development, that they are kind of mixed together. It would be cool to break those out. So yeah, that did fall under organization. But condition developers, I mean, I think that is a no-brainer, and it was well referenced within the success stories of other comparable cities that have had successes with that. And I think that we find ourselves here today with so many struggles in kind of defining our trails because we haven't done this in the past. So, you know, the time is now. I believe that this is a good thing to do personally. On the other hand, there was I don't know if this is a policy, the $25 assessment potentially to fund things. I didn't see that well referenced in the other successful cities. So it was kind of a question, is this something that other cities have done? It seems like in most of the examples of the comparison of like cities, the funding came from, you know, the fee structures that are already in place for the developers, and I don't know where this comes from, right? This $25 assessment, because it kind of came out of left field to me.
Would you like to take that, or we can
Sure,
have staff?
Commissioner. Yeah, no problem. So these came from many trail master plans that we've worked on, and so we kind of cherry-picked ones that seemed relevant. The $25 fee for maintenance is because we heard from council, commission, and staff that maintenance was an issue and that there needed to be a funding stream for it.
Got it. I mean, assessments, you know, everyone bristles, that sort of thing. So just, you know, something to think about. Before I get to the biggest one, e-bikes. There is some reference to motorized bikes, motorized vehicles. There's some talk about cyclists. I find e-bikes are kind of a beast of their own, and I don't know what the answer is, but I think it's worth investigating and discussing and thinking about somehow, because I don't want to find ourselves in a position where we fail to recognize the absolute explosion of e-bikes that are happening out there, that are being used in all manners of ways, going 30 miles an hour down a sidewalk. They're basically dirt bike motorcycles that happen to have an electric motor, but that makes them, you know, unregulated. I just don't want to find ourselves in a similar position that we found ourselves with pickleball, where we just kind of failed to realize the explosive nature of the sport, and we have unintended consequences. We try to accommodate it in this way, but we're underserved. And so, again, I don't know what the answer is, but I think it's worth maybe exploring how that fits in with this, you know, and maybe there's state policies being formed on this, and the DMV gets involved. I don't know, right? But it's something I think it's worth defining, and the word e-bike showed up nowhere in this document. I did a search for it on the PDF. So anyway, I think it's worth exploring. And finally, I think my biggest.
Can I address that question really quickly? So I think you're right in that this is changing very rapidly, right? And we can do this a couple of ways. We can roll e-bikes into bike and pedestrian conflict, or we could identify it as a separate sort of policy we'd want to consider. And staff can think about that and come back and propose a policy based on best practices. But you referenced 30 miles an hour. I'm a cyclist. I would really love to get an e-bike because I'm getting old. And
Me too.
It's great, right? They have ones that go 20 miles an hour. They have ones that go 28 miles an hour. They have throttles. They have non-throttles. So I would just be careful as we consider policies that they're flexible enough to adapt to the changing nature of these things. But I think that it's good to point it out here and give us a little bit of time to bring back a policy that might work for that.
Yeah, it's something to maybe define maybe at a piece by piece thing, and this type of trail, this type of use. I don't know. There is a conflict. I know certain other jurisdictions have said you can have ones that are just pedal assist versus ones that have throttle. I know Huntington Beach, was it Huntington Beach that just recently banned the ones with the throttle down their boardwalk because of the conflict and people zooming along super, super fast. So, I think it's manageable now, but it's changing so rapidly that I think that, I would hate to see us in 2 years go, gosh, I really wish we thought about this. Right. So I just think it's worth thinking about with flexibility. And I think my biggest question in a lot of this, okay, so who owns these policy recommendations? What department owns them? How do they actually become reality? Is it the housing and planning department? Do they own part of it? Does Public Works own this policy? I think that if we want to make sure that these things actually happen, because a lot of these have dependencies. Hey, these are great recommendations, but there's a dependency on another party to actually make it happen. We can only do so much, right? Does the council own 100% of it? I think figuring out what the path to realization for each policy is might be helpful.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Olson, I'd like to respond to your last question on who would own the policy and where would the policy live. So we do address a little bit on implementation of the policies and where some of these could be located. Some of them could be within the general plan, some could be within the municipal code. And once the policy is actually developed, then we would recognize the department or entity that's responsible for enforcing it. But that is something that we could probably elaborate on a little bit more as we refine this table and break out the policy and the program recommendations on where each of these policies could potentially live, and then who could be the owning entity to enforce it. So we can do a little bit of work on that.
I was reviewing the tables and all. They all seem pretty clear. I mean, we're taking a step back and looking at a broad picture of, in comparison to other agencies, whether it be Laguna Beach, whether it be Temecula, Menifee, as Ms. Wentworth just addressed a few seconds ago. And I know that we're just starting out and moving in that direction to capture a per square foot or per acre cost for that. So I think we have a lot to do with that, but we need to be thinking ahead, as Vice Chair talked about, what's going to happen in 5 years, what's going to happen in 10 years when we get these things built out. We got to be far-reaching, I believe, and as designers and planners, we need to be thinking in that regard, what's going to happen tomorrow. I think we have our ducks in a row to allow it to happen. And again, you point out this is just a master plan. This is a guiding force. It's not really going to be cast in stone forever. Things will change from here and allow for per square foot costs to rise or to fall based upon needs.
So I have a question. I want to make sure I capture this. Are you saying that you would like to see, I'm trying to repeat this the way that I'm understanding it, is that you would like us to be able to make sure our policies have a vision for the future, that they're not super specific, but that they would be applied broadly over a long period of time.
Right.
Is
My
that what you're
term for
trying to
that
say?
is semper gumby, always be flexible. So we need to be flexible in that regard to allow it to happen.
Flexible for the future, yeah. I like that, Semper Gumby. Maybe people don't remember Gumby. I do.
You need to use a green marker, right?
That's right. Where's my green marker? I'll do that. I'll do that while we're talking. But you said something about square footage, and I want to make sure I capture that too. Are you talking about like an impact fee that you think we should consider, or are you just sort of like broadly speaking? I'm
Broadly speaking. I don't know how those were created, to tell you the truth, but they are either given to a developer to pay fees for certain things that done by, and looking at a document here by acre, by development, and that type of thing too. So,
okay.
like how do you create fees for the LMD areas too? That's done by, there's math behind that that's justifiable, and also it's a solid math product. You can't go wrong with that.
So maybe what I'm asking is, if we were to have a recommendation that's a policy on some sort of impact fee, that it not be super specific, but follow general trends, if we were to pursue that, not fix a specific cost per square foot, but if we do development impact fees, it would be based on best practices or through cost recovery or something like that.
Exactly, because it's been done before, and it'll be done today, it'll be done tomorrow in the future by other cities, other communities that follow us as an example of what to do. So we look to Riverside that has a county and city that are doing the exact same thing by people who thought about that 10 years ago. And Temecula is doing a variety of things too, both recreationally and also by for businesses too. So it's been done before, so how do they set their fees? So.
Okay, perfect. I think I understand. Thank you.
Gumby.
Trying.
All right. So my take on policies is, I think that we need to. It needs to be specific to this document and what the goals of the document are, and that policies will drive us towards accomplishing those goals, not necessarily addressing everything that's adjacent to these. I think that we could really, you could take every page and talk about a policy for this or a policy for that, but I don't think that it's relevant for accomplishing the goal. Although they're important policies, I think that's a whole different discussion. So my only comment with policies is that I think we need to have something ready, and I don't feel that I'm qualified to write policy. I'm sure you have people that are, that's ready to present to the council for their consideration, and that would help us accomplish the goals, not necessarily create a whole series of laws and rules and regulations. And so that would be that's my comment on that.
I think that Commissioner Kenny is, so when I said organize this, she's kind of explaining and I left it there, she's explaining what I was thinking even though we didn't talk ahead of time. When I said break this into something that the council can read and understand, that they need to direct the staff to come up with these policies to take an immediate action on, because that's the whole point of this plan. It's not to nail us down to this trail, that trail. It's to say, here are some trails, and oh, by the way, Corona doesn't support its trails because we don't have policies that support trails. End of statement. That's so to me, that's why the table is so encumbersome, because if I was on the council and I read this isn't a clear call to action for me to direct staff to make these policy recommendations for the staff to come back. Obviously, the staff comes back with their expertise and says, here's how the policy would be crafted. If you want to preserve trail access, you want to preserve alignment, developers need to be conditioned this way, that way, and the other way, right? There's all these other possibilities. And this list, you guys do a great job of showing us other cities' policies and how they implement them and where they put the extra fees and because things need to get paid for. We don't increase our property taxes. Everybody wants something for free, and this is all new amenities. So somewhere there's got to be dollars to pay for this. So you guys do a great job of showing us how other communities condition the developers, put their fees out there, and make it known. And you're making that recommendation here. I need this to be a much simpler, so that the council people can look at this and the layperson can look at this. So I liked that on page 25, you tell us right here in this last sentence that it's so important that that the city may have attracted developers in the past, but as the city grows, conditions should be established to keep the trails accessible, including keeping access open to all trailheads and land that may be developed, et cetera, et cetera. That's almost your vision statement. I mean, that's, but follow that paragraph with the list of policies it would be specific to the council to use, which, of course, I highlighted the 6 or 7 of them that fall under council, like a council purview to do, that a council would do right now, which is condition the developer, update the general plan, like develop an adjacent landowner trail liability program. You make several really good implement, ideas in here. Set that aside, and then the ones that were more program-oriented, pull those on the next page. That's your other one, because otherwise I feel like they're general statements. You could take off the dollar signs on the assessment. You could just say some form of assessment at a future date may be needed, that can be determined. But it gives that council an idea that, these are things that we need to act on. They can read it and they can come back to the staff and they can say, well, the first thing we need to do is obviously protect the access points. The next thing we need to do is protect the actual trail itself, since we have private property owners that can build on top of existing trails. Okay, it's like 1 and 2. It needs to be done yesterday. If I was on council, I would have already passed that policy regardless of this document, because that was something that the residents were, clamoring for years. It's like, we didn't need this involved document to get that policy. We just needed a map. So that my frustration comes through in my comments, because I want this to be like crystal clear. When you read this, this is where we need to go. And that's the future thinking of how are we going to do that.
This is great. So I've heard this a bunch of times. I want to make sure we give you time to comment as well. But it seems to me like there are lots of themes, but this is really important. Access is key to the vision of this document. Conditioning development, making sure we have access to have easements, that there's opportunities to build these trails, and then making those policies concise and adoptable quickly, so they can go into the code or something else, so that we can just do it fast. Is that kind of what
Right.
I'm hearing?
Yes, this document is really good at pointing out 2 very vulnerable spots, but it's so buried that I'm afraid that it's not, it like, as a council, they're going to skim it. So it needs to be more center. And the 2 vulnerable spots are, like I said earlier, your Foothill corridor and your Santa Ana River Trail corridor, where your access points and your parking is. And it's illuminated in here. It's buried, but it's here. It should be more front and center as far as the whole purpose and goal of the document, and your policy implementation would follow that vision. So you're protecting what you've got and protecting the access points.
I'm going to put a question here. Okay, I think I got it. Thank you.
So building on that, are we able to just organize this section into like 1 to 3 years? This is what we're immediately asking for in regards to policy, so that that's pulled out, highlighted, and then maybe under that or below that is the broader framework of policy that can then not be specific, but
I think we could do that. So essentially what you're saying is, could we reorganize these policy recommendations to the ones that we can do very quickly and some longer term implementations of policies? Is that what you're kind of getting at?
yes, that address like the access and yeah.
Okay. I think I got that.
I think the good thing about that is that you've built confidence in your plan. You see some success in both communication and construction and available dollars too, and you can learn from that experience.
Okay, early successes. Okay. I think that that's something that we can do inside the policy is reorient those. I have a question of the commission. I know that we've talked a lot about these, and we have a very large table of potential policies. Do you think that it would be easier for the commission if we had fewer policies or have them more expansive? Because we talked about reading clarity, right, and what's doable and what's not doable. Do they all need to be in there? Do you want to hit some quick wins? Do you want to schedule it like, or have them organized so that there's some easy wins and then some harder ones that might take a little bit of time to implement? How would you like, I guess I'm looking at the comprehensiveness of the policies, because I think what I've heard is that a lot of your thought is if we get the policies right, then a lot of the other stuff will kind of work itself out with some flexibility. But I'd like to maybe get a little bit of direction on that, if that's okay.
As I kind of heard my colleague speak on this, yeah, no, I agree that trying to define every specific rule and policy is probably a fool's errand, right? And instead develop a framework of policy. Like Commissioner Wentworth said, the top priorities are maintain what we have, maintain the access we have, maintain the trails we have, maintain the access we have, and make sure that as future developments come in that they maintain the access. I mean, that as an example, right? That's a framework of a policy, not specifically this specific trail needs to retain access, right? We're not trying to get into the weeds that way, but we're developing a framework of a policy instead of trying to dictate actually every little rule that comes along.
I think the overall consensus, though, through the industry, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have page 27, develop a program with the city that allows developers to place funds for mitigation of impacts and development in lieu of, and I mean, trails, it's that swap in lieu of fees and all that. That kind of specific policy, it does need to be, that's what I'm trying to say, is those are the immediate things they can do yesterday that would solve the problem we're having today. So I'm like, put that in the front. I mean, we're talking about the same, and these are just, the document is, I don't mind so much, the different types of policy suggestions that get into what the council would adopt. Like the rest of it, yeah, it would fall into like, whenever feasible, designation of historical routes should be promoted. I mean, that sounds like something that belongs in the general plan, right? Under our plan. Should that be mentioned in here as a goal and something that should be, yeah, it should be, but that's what I'm trying to say is that information that is not necessary right here. What's necessary here is you have require easements or funds in lieu of easements from development projects within the plan area to acquire plan, study, design, construction, and manage the trail system. Why is that number 20 whatever? That should be number one.
I think
you see what I was getting at?
Yeah, there's a framework, but then there's immediate calls to action.
Yeah, there's all different ways that they can achieve this, but it's in between by the way, you should have a historical marker. By the way, you should. So that's where I was getting with the organization, which is these aren't set in any kind of priority. I just want to see them set in a way that makes sense to the community, that you would have a concrete policy that walks forward trail protection versus program policies, which I think program policies falls into historical markers and the other things that are in here. Expand the safety policies. Okay, that's great. Throw that, if you're making this into two separate lists, that would be in list B.
So I saw some
pull
head
it out.
nodding, but I don't know exactly what the difference between like a program policy is and a policy. So maybe you could help me understand what that is. Because I saw some affirmation. I need some clarification because I'm not understanding.
The first thing on here is condition trail dedication and construction as a requirement for developments in areas where the threat is to an inaccessible trailhead. Like that should be number one. Develop a program within the city that allows developers to place funds for the mitigation impacts to specific trails. You see, to me, these are the same type of policy. Okay. I'm trying to type these policies out. So I'm looking at that in terms of that. Require development plans to follow the Trails Master Plan, identify internal trails that link land and use provide convenient travel and transit facility. Yes, that's a policy we should have. It's a great suggestion. It's a type of policy that falls into, to me, something that the council could adopt today that goes into that conditioning thread. So that's why this, I don't know, is it the organization of this table? Is it the detail of the table? But
Maybe said a way that,
some of these need to be here, and some of them, like
yeah.
they were
Yeah, they're-
saying, could move it to the side a little bit.
Yeah, there's certain things that will enable us to get to the things like historical markers. If there's no trails that are defended and protected, then we never get there. So there's policies that are immediately needed to, prioritize the trail system, period, right? Then there's these recommendations as we implement down the road. We should have things like historical markers and wayfinding and other things,
Right.
and consider modes of transportation like e-bikes, whatever. But there is the big 20,000 foot view policy that I think needs to be separated out. I think that's what Commissioner Wentworth is getting at, that we don't get to the other stuff unless that stuff is
Right. So provide trail access points with wayfinding at intersections. Then the next one is generate existing and desired support facilities map. That's not a policy, that's a thing you want to do. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's what Commissioner Olson is saying. We read this as lay people, and I went, that's not a policy. That's something you should do. That's a program for trail development. Okay, well, why not take your recommended policies, there's section 1, and your recommended programs for trail development, that's section 2 in this list. I think it's fairly obvious what they are. I'm not, when I read it, I'm not confused. I can tell you this one is, that one's not. This one, so that's why I'm like, I'm struggling, because.
And I was nodding in agreement because it's like somebody wrote all these policies and programs on pieces of paper and put them in a bag and shook them up and then pulled them out and just listed them as they got pulled out of the bag. I think separating them, policies and programs, it needs to be 2 separate lists. And, I used to be an appointee of one of the former chairmen of the Board of Supervisors. I could not come to him with more than 1 page. It had to be 1-page bullet points. And I think that when you're dealing, when you're dealing with some of these things and with people, elected officials that have so many things that they're talking about and so many, they're not going to have 20 hours to kind of go through this and come up with it, let alone all 5 of them coming up with in an agreement. Because it's just going to be, they don't think they want to see that kind of document. So I think that separating them out and having it be so they can just say, look at this, there's 10 of these or 5 of them or whatever. Do we like them all? Yep, let's move forward.
Right. Here's the 3 ways to condition the developers. Here's the,
So I think our answer is less is more.
Less is more. Clearer,
divide it in half,
more
whatever.
specific or something. Thank you.
Yeah. Less, we want
Less
both.
and-
Less
yeah.
and more, we want both.
Less is
right.
more and more is more and
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. We want both. Okay, we're going to try our best to try and figure this out for you all. Obviously, the document's out for the public and they're going to have review. Staff are also here to take notes so that we can make sure that we can try and best capture what you're saying. And obviously, we're going to try our very best, but it's hard to please 5 people and then who are also thinking about pleasing 5 people plus pleasing a community of 170,000 people and incorporating best practices. But we're gonna give it a shot.
Here's a point. Here's a
I
point.
appreciate that. I really do. And I want to say that, I don't know about you guys, but there's 2 places in here that are sticking points for me, and this table is one of them.
Okay.
So that's what, as we move through this table and that other appendix, this is definitely one of them. So I'm glad we're spending the time here. It's not going to be like that's for the whole document. But this is important, and it just doesn't reflect back, as Commissioner Bass was suggesting, it doesn't reflect back to your programs reflect back to your goals. So it's in the right area, but it's like, you could almost pull that out and put it back at the beginning. Like there's ways to do that. I don't know that you want to put that much work into it, but I really want you to pull out the policy recommendations away from the program recommendations.
I believe that hearing all this with an open mind And with their experience, I think two things. They probably did exactly what Commissioner Kinney said, where they grab a bag of stuff and they put it down on paper for a talking tool. And for us to think about it, digest it, and read about it, and come back with some comments. Now that they've heard this, I think they go back and really within a lunch hour, they can probably just separate 20 things and come up with 5 top high priority things to fully understand completely. The rest being programmatic.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't even remember where we stopped with policies. We could do free for all now if you want.
No, I don't think we
we're
had
done.
problems with the individual policies. I think it just came back to,
How it's structured?
yeah.
Okay, perfect. That was easy. Now we're going to stand up and walk. That's right. Do you want to stand up, take a quick break? Or we've been at this for a few minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Well, welcome back.
So we phrased the question on the discussion question. It says, did we miss any trails or are the proposed trail alignments accurate? Is this, we're gonna hit alignments and then we'll do changes in the projects or other new trails that maybe weren't prioritized? That would be number 5. So alignments first. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. So I wanted to start, before we get into alignments, I know, Commissioner Kinney, that the Butterfield Overland Trail is a priority to you, and it's important to us that we get that alignment right. And I can admit we've struggled with it on the few iterations that we've done on the plan. So we wanted to have a discussion specifically on Butterfield. We can obviously open it up to discuss other alignments, but I'd like to lead off with that one, if that one's okay. And we did provide a map. Alta had created a map of some of the different alignment options that they determined based off of the Butterfield Overland Trail project document. So our staff is going to put that map up, and that'll be kind of our starting point to talk about it. And if you would like to kick us off with that piece, I think that would be helpful if we could talk a little bit about Butterfield Overland and what we got right, what we got wrong. If we need to redo the whole thing, that's kind of what we're looking for some direction on.
Okay, so did they have something that they wanted?
So it's the map that we have right here. And then we do have the different sections from the Butterfield Overland Trail document, the one from 2015, that we can reference that show each of the segments. So I don't know what the best method would be, if you want us to go segment by segment or just show the full overview of what we've identified and then work through there.
So actually, what I think I want to do is give a quick history on how we came up with these alignments, and that'll help make more sense, because it can be complicated. It was one trail. So we were approached by the National Park Service to create in California the first section of a map trail of this historic trail that was coming from St. Louis to San Francisco. And so there was the county and Lake Elsinore and Corona were involved. And what we did is we took the historical, the historical Butterfield alignment, and a lot of these historic trails are now where major streets or thoroughfares or highways are built, because that was the easiest way to get through then, and it's the easiest way to get through now. And so with that in mind, we looked at on different possibilities. So when we came through Temescal Valley, and we came into the city of Corona, we were coming in. We jump in right by the Dos Lagos Golf Course, and we have the railroad, the easement, and so. Part of what I want to say is there's a lot of things can change. So now the county owns the railroad easement. It used to be, when this document was put together, it was owned by Olson Mining. They had a mine application in. They have since sold that to the county RCA. And so the county, that will be one of their first sections that they're going to be building that will end at the city of Corona. So we were looking at recreational elements more than the auto routes, because that was really the intent of this trail, was to have a recreational element. And so we had many different ways to get through. We have, there's an easement on the RCTC property at Cahelco that goes from Temescal Canyon Road up to Bedford for this trail. It's already been recorded. I think that needs to be called out in the document as an option. We looked at continuing to go down Temescal Canyon Road. There's an easement. The county has an easement 60 feet, I think, on Temescal Canyon Road through El Cerrito. In order for the trail to be built through there, houses have to be taken down. So we kind of thought, that's the historic alignment. We're probably not going to take these houses down, because the road widening is going to be impactful enough, taking everybody's front yards. And so we kept looking for options, and our document reflected options. One thing that was really called out that I think is important is, the historic alignment of Butterfield Overland Stage Route follows Ontario Avenue through this section, and it's multiple sections. To talk about redundancy, that is referenced in this document more than once. Ontario Avenue provides an ideal opportunity for establishing a local auto tour route for the Butterfield Trail, but may not be the best option for routing a recreational trail link through Corona, even though such an alignment would follow the identified historic route. And so we talk about all these alternates, and the alternates were based on boots on the ground. What was really going to work? What were the ownership? What is already there? Bike lanes. There's a flood channel from that goes up to Masters, starting at Bedford, right there by the fire station, that old fire station. That would be an excellent one to go up through. And so, I think that's what I keep saying is. We have to have some flexibility. And so, and that's based on my experience on trying to actually put trails in place when you have to have all these different jurisdictions and different easements. I mean, one of the things that we were going to do is connect, the trail was going to go under the I-15 at Bedford Wash. And that's why we got the RCTC easement. And then, you may or may not know this, but they dropped the off-ramp and they cut it off. They wanted to save a few bucks, and the city came up with this plan, and so I don't even know if we can get under there anymore. That is what happens all the time. So as far as the alignment goes on Butterfield, I think that enough time has passed now that we need to kind of the city needs to get back engaged with the working group, meaning with people from the county and the other stakeholders, and kind of come up with it. I mean, we have over by Surface Club, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different options on our document. And so that's why it's confusing. I understand, but it's based on reality. Where is our first opportunity? Where are they going to drop a freeway off-ramp? What happens, we didn't know if we could go through a mine area, and now the mine's owned by the county. That's why it's so frustrating for me, is when we get I can't stress enough that there's lines on a map, and I don't mean to disregard them and all the hard work that went into them, but it's a wish list rather than a mandate, and that's just. I mean, that's just trying to get. That's why it takes so expensive to get trails built. It's the organic user created trails. That's really simple stuff. And so, so with Butterfield, yeah. First of all, Ontario is not the way to go. It really needs to go down Foothill. If you go down Foothill, you'll connect to the Cleveland National Forest. There's a couple of little weird areas that you have to figure out what the best priority is. I mean, that's obviously up to the city to decide. We had city involved when we were mapping this out, but we all understood that it was going to come down to opportunity. And so I know that doesn't answer anything, but I mean, that's just how complicated this can be. I mean, really it is.
Can I ask a follow-up question, just for clarification? So, I think you're hitting on a really important point about opportunity, like where we can take advantage of that. And I think we put that as well in the policy part, right? Which is we should pursue opportunities when they show up and when they arise, and we want to be able to balance that with a vision. And then I think there's a big portion of our community who also wants some, to reflect the history, right? And so this is a great example where we're going to have to figure out the type of trail we would like for recreation and like staying true to maybe the more historical route. So one way that this could be accomplished, and I'm just proposing it as an idea, is to put the historical route signs along the road on Ontario, but that's not a great path. And then make sure that the linkage between Foothill along the Cleveland National Forest, then as it drops down towards Temescal Canyon Road, that's an improved segment that has like maybe a multi-use path that is also similarly designated. But I don't know how to accomplish both goals, because I think that what I'm hearing is we want to make an opportunity to make a really nice path. And we need to look for those opportunities, but at the same time, we want to kind of stay true to history. So I don't know if there's a right way to do that.
So there's a lot of historic trails that are a mile or two or even more away from the original path. The Butterfield Overland Trail was hundreds and hundreds of feet wide. It wasn't people coming through single file. It was, there's these old, when you come back, people coming from the, going west, they would come in caravans of horse and buggies, and it would get really wide. And so I think that you can't really think of it in today's terms, even coming through where we have the Santa Ana River and we have the Temescal Wash and we have all those areas. Every year the topography and the land would change. They weren't in concrete channels like they are now. So they might have gone this way and then have to go that way because we had a big storm and that way got washed out. And so I think that I think it could get confusing. There's a lot of historic road signs going up now in Corona with 71, and I think that we could become cluttered, and so we might not want to do that. I think the Juan Bautista Trail has signs that say auto route, and then they have the historic signs that say, this is the historic sign, but that's a mile away on a empty meadow plateau where people would want to go and walk their dog or go on a hike. And so, I think it's really important. I have, I wrote it down because it was too much for me to remember. There is a California chapter of the Butterfield Overland National Historic Trail Association, just have been formed out of the National Historic Trail Association. And it's a statewide effort. And we're the only section that got done. So the whole state is now trying to figure out how to do what we've already done. And so I think that's really a great advantage to us. But it's also, we're going to people are watching how do we go from there? There's going to be the National Park Service is making their way through the United States and having meetings. And the meetings we're kicking off the planning process for the newly designated, that was designated by Congress, Butterfield Overland National Historic Trail. An important first step in this process is meeting with those who live and work along the trail to build partnerships, get ideas on how to promote and develop the trail, and to answer any questions people might have about what it means to have a congressionally designated National Historic Trail. So the closest one is going to be in Temecula in February. They're all in Missouri right now, in Kansas, doing that area. So, it's really a great opportunity. I think my recommendation is, what we did in our document is we put options. This alternate and why it's there. Some of them were really easy to understand, and some of them, we had to have a multiple. We have, you come in under El Cerrito Sports Park, and that undercrossing is pretty small. When are they going to expand that? If that doesn't happen anytime soon, you can't probably go under there. So there's a lot of things that go into it. So my recommendation on the Butterfield alignment is just to pull it straight off this document. That already was done by the National Park Service with alternate alignment options, and then get re-engaged. And then, like I said, with the Park Service coming through, it's going to start really amplifying it. And I think I'm excited that, you know, the city's involved, and it's really cool that we were chosen to be kind of the pilot program. So that's my thinking.
Good question. So that plan was, you know, if the city were to implement in accordance to that plan with the alternates and found a way through, that would be ratified by the national chapter or the national organization, or would there be some discrepancy with what they think the Butterfield alignment should be?
I don't think that they're going to dictate that. I really think it's going to come down to individual areas, especially because, you know, if you're crossing a trail across private property, you're kind of at their mercy of the property owners unless there's going to be some kind of development that goes through there. And so, you know, do you want to do it the least expensive way? You can figure out a route that way. Do you want to do it the most fun way? Do you want to do it the most historic way? I mean, we kind of address that, and there's texts that go with all these maps that really point all of that out. And so, I think the opportunity to have it be, you know, a really cool thing I mean, we could be the first city to have it done. I mean, we've got it already there, and you know,
So can I have
Yeah.
a follow-up question?
Yep.
So if, what I'm hearing is that it would be, what you said was that it would be really cool to have it done, and the alignments are probably less, I want to make sure I'm saying this right, that maybe less important than the opportunity to get it done faster? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't sacrifice quality for speed. I mean, honestly, Ontario is going to put you on a sidewalk, and that's it.
Right.
Foothill will put you on a bike lane, at least to connect you to, you know, Skyline and all of that. But I think that if the path of least resistance has to be part of the equation. I mean, it kind of does. And, you know, with our city, with the 15 freeway being, you know, this trail goes back and forth underneath the 15 freeway, because the 15 freeway wasn't, I mean, there's people in this room maybe who doesn't remember when the 15 freeway wasn't there, you know? Yeah, see, exactly. And so,
Can I
Yeah.
can I just ask, and this is, I want to get in here right now because I want to go back to the detail, and I was going to bring this up. So on page 185 of your Trails CIP, your text and verbiage says Ontario Avenue Crosstown Recreational Path as being your Butterfield Overland Trail. However, if you hop back a few pages and you visit the appendix that I hate so much, Appendix B, and you look at the Butterfield Trail alignment, it's on Foothill here. It's not on Ontario. I saw that and I went, what are we doing? And if we wanted to elevate this trail into a priority for this document, it should be stated in the very beginning of the document as an expedited, thoughtful project, and that these two things need to be clarified. Did you see that?
I agree with that. I did see that. But part of the problem is that this document did not, as far as I can tell, did not dive deeper into, the Trails document did not dive deeper into this to come up with a plan. And so this is...
That need to be like an add-on appendix to this, referencing that separate.
I don't want to derail this conversation. I think that Tim has a comment about this as well, just from his insights and working on it.
Yeah, if I may, and direct your attention to the map as well. But prior to that, I think, Commissioner Kinney, most of the things that you're describing are articulated and addressed in this map. But if we direct our attention to page 54 of the existing plan document, there you'll see, what is it? 8, Trail 8 and Trail 13. So Trail 13 was decided, presumably in consultation with city staff and elected officials, that that would be the alignment for the Butterfield Trail for the purposes of the Phase 1 Trails Master Plan, which is what they call out. Independent of that, Trail 8, which the Phase 1 Trails Master Plan also suggests, the Ontario, the historic alignment, is called out here in number 8. 13 and 8 are both really high-ranking trails in our project. And then in addition to that, after hearing your comment last time around, and it's reflected on the current map, or the map that we started off with, Brett, now you can see that dashed green line on Overland where we took that purple line that was the crosstown trail along Ontario that was proposed in Phase 1, and we're extending it out along the entire alignment throughout the city to match the historic alignment. And then additionally, we're keeping the Phase 1 suggested and document suggested bicycle route along Foothill. So it might be a naming convention thing more so than an alignment convention.
Possibly, and just in case people might not know this, so this plan with the alignment on Foothill was actually brought to as an agenda item to the city council back in 2014, I believe, and it was everybody voted in favor. So I haven't seen a vote moving it back to Ontario, if that's been done or not. You know, I mean, it was actually something that was voted on. So the new council, because everybody's new now, the new council might be going, oh, I like history better, and being more concerned about that. You know, but does that, you know, what trumps what? I don't know.
And what I'm trying to articulate is that we've included both in the map, and they've both independently, without our thumb on the scale, have scored quite highly for the exact reasons you articulated. They're logical pathways, both Foothill as well as the historic alignment. So in this instance, we're providing 2 7-mile-long crosstown east-west connections, both pretty well prioritized independently. Perhaps there's an additional push from council to direct, you know, building these first because they're important, and perhaps that's where the historic prevails or the modified prevails, whatever that might be. But going to your point about flexibility, you know, that's where I start to feel out of my depth, deciding which one. You know, we're responding and reacting to the Phase 1 trail, and then additional feedback from you in which we've expanded to hopefully be able to meet both the desires of historic preservation and access and signage, maybe cutting through Coronita and elsewhere, and then also providing a more feasible, direct buildable path.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't have, if there was no trail on Ontario, it wouldn't bother me at all. I mean, I personally don't care if there's an Ontario or not, because it does not, it's just going to be sign clutters. I mean, really, it's just, I don't see, Ontario's a mess. So as far as expanding any kind of trail system outside of the sidewalk, it's.
Can I ask a question then?
Yeah.
If council, I was unaware, voted in 2014 to make the Foothill version the Butterfield Trail, that's something we can do, right? Because unless they weigh in otherwise, that's what the trail route is.
If I recall, Ms. Coletta weighed in heavily about the alignment and how this would go and why we were doing what we were doing, and it made sense at the time. I'm with Commissioner Kinney on this. I mean, I understand what you're doing. You're acknowledging them both, but I always thought that the city had agreed upon, because I was there, on that alignment on Foothill. That's why I was confused by these two placements you know, working through the general plan. Ms. Coletta that does that is, it's like, she's like, well, when we come through the 15 here, we can go up Cajalco, you could get to Foothill, you could, all these things were weighed and discussed. And yeah, it wasn't something that came quickly.
That is something we can do. We can make that change.
Okay,
or at
great.
least work on that alignment. So
I think it would be a better product.
perfect. That might have resolved the whole issue right there. Wouldn't that be cool?
It would. I mean, actually, the Parks Commission, the Planning Commission, and City Council all voted on it. We gave presentations to all three.
Perfect. We'll
So,
make a note.
okay.
Sorry we didn't include that previously.
Great.
All right. If you have, go for it.
If anybody's interested in this trail and kind of following the development, there's a Facebook page for both the national organization and the state organization. And they'll start posting information and meeting and history and cool pictures. And so that's available.
Fantastic. Did that cover the Butterfield item, I think? Or do we have other commissioners want to weigh in on any of this? Because we can move on to other alignments if you'd like. Do you have, looks like no comment? Okay, perfect. Commissioner Olson, Vice Chair Olson, do you have any other issues with any of the trail alignments that were proposed?
Would this be a place to speak about trail alignments that weren't proposed? Or would that be in new projects?
I would think that would be a new project.
Okay.
If that's
Fair
okay.
enough.
but-
I'll save that then. So I do have a question on a couple of them, particularly adding multi-use paths or hard paths along some of our existing thoroughfares like Foothill and Green River. I'll speak to Green River specifically because that's where I'm most familiar with. I live in that end of town. So we're proposing it's trail number 1, the Green River multi-use trail. I just don't know how we accomplish that. We call it like a type 2 trail, or does that fall under type 2 trail? Is that a type 2 trail that's called out for Green River, which is a separate path? The reason I don't understand how we actually do that is, there's a pinch point there. There's the adult daycare center at the end of the Promenade Center, and it's their retaining wall. We've got like the absolute minimum width sidewalk there. It's like got to be 3 feet at the totally outside edge. Then you got a curb and street, and then the tiniest little bike lane, right? And then on the other side of Green River, there's a retaining wall and railroad tracks. There's no horizontal expansion possible there without taking land from something, right? Whether it's the adult daycare or something. So how do we do that? So there's a few of these throughout the city. So I just want to understand when we say, hey, we want to do a hard surface path, multi-use path for multiple modes of recreation. Are they actually doable? And if they're aspirational, cool. And if some miracle opportunity presents itself in the future where adult daycare center goes out and we can expand, or we decide, hey, I have an idea. Let's get rid of one of the eastbound lanes at Green River. Now we create some more width that we can do it, and because we don't need the traffic, in my opinion, going east like we do going west. And can we categorize them separately? Maybe this goes back to organization too. What are the things we can actually do? Because that one ranked pretty high. I think it's 7. Or do we say, well, we could do a multi-use path for this part, but we're not right here. We're just going to squeeze down to the bike lane and the sidewalk here, and then we can do more multi-use path there. And if we do that, have we succeeded? Right? What does success look like here in the implementation? Is it totally doing what we say we want to do, or is it doing it where we can, where we go from we go from the width we can get back down to the width we can't get? Now we've got shared bike lanes, and on part of it in Green River in front of the town center at Sierra Delora right now, there's not even a bike lane. It's a shared bike lane. So we'll deal with that question first.
So before you answer that one, though, Tim, let me tie Commissioner Kinney's point of view about boots on the ground, and then my point of view, question 2, and Vice Chair here. Have we had the opportunity for all these 10,000 trails here to be boots on the ground, actually see in person, actually touch the ground, feel the ground, and taste it, see if these trail paths are viable? Have we actually measured 17 feet, 5 foot of buffer, and 12 foot of trail? What's going to happen on the upper end of that
I
trail?
can only speak for myself and Alta staff. We've conducted north of 5 probably visits, not to every single alignment, but again, most of these alignments were conducted in presumably ground truth by the previous consultant.
So that was a yes, you did boots on the ground?
I'm assuming I did boots on the ground, yes, but and I looked at Green River, but you asked about the entire spectrum of the plan, and no.
So
I'm going to add to that too. The trail, once again, a lot of these came from Trails Master Inventory, which happened via public participation process, those people knew those routes, right? And then we had the first phase, and now we're on these other ones. And I think it would be too much to ask that Alta did, every one of these 50, 80, whatever trails there are. I think that's kind of a big ask. But I think your question is really important about pinch points and whether or not this is aspirational in design or whether or not we can implement the full thing. I don't know if.
And one thing to think about too is like in that particular circumstance, and I don't know, I haven't gone back to look, but you evaluate the whole area. Can we go around the back of the building? Can we put a trail designated through the back parking lot and run it all along the back as opposed to try and get it on the main street? Would that be more enjoyable? Or is the property owner, is there an easement? There's a lot of different things. And so that's what makes it complicated is we gotta just remember these are just conceptual ideas that we want to get through Green River. How do we do it? Do we go on the sidewalk? Do we go behind? Do we go through a landscape district, make a trail up above the retaining wall? I mean, I don't know. It could look like a whole lot of different things. And I think we have to really be careful not to get so focused in that we don't see those other opportunities.
And that's fair. I think those other opportunities are particularly challenging at this point, but maybe. But that's a really, really good point. But I think that to that point, that we need to account for that, right? In some of these rankings and priorities, because I look at a priority as like, oh, that's happening. This is priority 7. This is happening. This is priority 1. This is happening. Well, priority 1 is super definitely going to happen because it's opening a gate. But priority 2, I'm thinking that's going to happen because that's what the report says. And I'm reading it as a layperson. But the question remains: is how is the actual doability with the constraints we know today weighed into those priorities?
Right. So I've jotted down a couple bullet points. Perhaps I'll address some of them, and then we can go back and forth. So related to, is this aspirational? Indeed. Yeah, there's a lot of line work in the entire plan that's aspirational. And with that aspiration comes trade-offs, particularly around right-of-way, because that's what the city owns. So could that be slimming lanes? Yes. Could that be getting rid of lanes or center turn lanes? Yes, indeed. And the point of this plan is to present a perspective, not the perspective, but a trail-centric perspective on how to improve the experience of trail users within city limits. So it's aspirational, but then at the same time, we've said 30,000 feet, and that's what this is. The points that you're describing, like the pinch points or the retaining wall, all of that is what happens during the design process, when we really get into the weeds. And I think that's best elucidated by your own comment about barely a bicycle trail or something like that on one section of Green River. And the reason that you're saying that is because you've ridden on real bike trails, right, or real bike lanes. But the designers had to make a concession, and that's what they did to provide a through line. So those are the sorts of decisions that would need to be made. Is it going to be a type 1, type 2, or does the planting strip on type 1 get narrowed down in this particular section or tossed out completely? And sometimes that happens for value engineering purposes, not because of right-of-way. So all these sorts of things are what we work out in the subsequent phases when we, as designers, work to implement a trails master plan.
Thank you. I think that helps clarify a lot for me. And I'm okay with it being aspirational. I think it just needs to be clear that that's what it is to the council and everybody else. Along that alignment, there's the old horse ranch. And there's a new developer that has owned that land for the last 4 years now. They've been working it out. They want to build some light industrial there, get some zoning changes, and part of the things that have been discussed with them is, hey, this is a huge thoroughfare, connects us to the Santa Ana River Trail. I mean, it's major. If we get that right, from Santa Ana River Trail all the way to Skyline, now you're connecting all along Main Divide Road, back down Carbon Canyon. Now you have a real cool circuit. a real legitimate circuit. So it's important to get that right. Now, I think to Michelle's point that we're developing a framework of guidelines that when that particular project comes before Planning Commission and Council, that this little piece of that overall plan down the road can be accounted for. That we know this is where we're going to go. And yeah, we got some challenges in the rest of Green River that we need to figure out. But this piece from the freeway to Dominguez Ranch is prepared for the future, right? So I think that kind of going back to the policy piece of it is important, right? Because that will, that combined with the aspiration, you can look at each individual thing that comes along and say, hey, does this fit in with our getting us closer to that aspiration? Cool. And I don't know where this next question belongs, but we seem to kind of go back and forth between bike lanes and bike trails. Is there a master plan for bike lanes in the city of Corona?
That is a great question. Yes, we do have a bike master plan, and it's very old. So we will be bringing to City Council a contract for a new bike plan, bike master plan through the city. One of the benefits of that is that it'll open us up to grant opportunities. So if we have these similar to this, if there are routes that are pre-designated, we can apply for active transportation funding and some other funds to complete those bike lanes. The way that this process started with just trails makes it a little different because sometimes cities have active transportation plans which include biking and hiking and all those other things. So in the scope of work for the bike master plan document, it's to reference whatever council approves in the trails master plan to see where there are opportunities for trails that include separated bike lanes and hiking or those types of improvements. So it's just the way that it rolled out, but it is coming soon to council for approval.
I would hope that would dovetail very cleanly with this plan. That's all I had.
One last thing about the alignment. I do believe in aspiration. It leads to inspiration. But at the end of all that, as a designer myself, and I do work in drawings for bike trails and parks and even dog parks, I get into the inspiration and the perspiration of making that actually work. And that's where I agree with that. Just you can have so much aspiration on the paper, blue lines, green lines, orange lines, but then inspires you for the possibilities, opportunities. But then I think we need to be flexible enough to know that things may change. And as a master plan, they will change, much like they did on the Butterfield Trail here, which is beautiful, by the way. So again, I've been aspiring. The aspiration's there for me, is provide inspiration. But I do feel that I get all perspired by knowing what's going to happen by an actual firm that does the actual work in drawings. And it's not good or bad, just it's the fact of life of a person who does work in drawings for a living. So,
perfect. So I captured that as from aspiration to inspiration through perspiration all the way to implementation, right? We got to get it done, but we'd like to keep these aspirational.
Okay.
Any more comments, Commissioner Kinney, on alignments or?
On Bedford.
Okay.
So it's a little confused if it's on here or not. It might be. So the County of Riverside Parks Department has an easement on the trail for Bedford, and they've held it and maintained it. And so I don't know if that's known or not, but it might be something that might be helpful.
Is it on the south side of the wash?
It's up above, up by the plateau, going up towards the property, the private property that's the problem on that road. Okay. It's going actually Bedford Canyon, the road itself. It goes up. It's
Bedford Motorway.
Yeah. And so it might be worth asking them about this trail, this easement they have. It's specifically a trail easement, and I think that, I applaud the city for picking up all that land over by Skyline. I think that was good. I think there's also opportunities. I've been watching Bedford in that area, and there's parcels that have come up that would help the city gain access to the forest. And there are a lot of the times they're going to be single-family, large lot, undevelopable, just because of what it would take to develop the side of those hills. Maybe not, but I think when you're talking about priorities, I think you need to kind of have an idea of what are we willing to do to make this priority happen? Are we willing to start buying up land, or is it just we really like this trail, so that's why it's a high priority? I mean, I think that there needs to be some understanding of what those boundaries look like, I guess, and know when to cut, when you're spinning your wheels too. If you keep trying to punch through at Bedford, and you keep running into issues, when do you say, okay, this is probably not going to be our trail? And I think you have to be able to come to terms with that. And I think that I don't know if it needs to be stated what that limit would be, but it needs to be. I think, how hard are we willing to work, and when do we cut our losses? I think that that's part of the discussion.
So I put that here for the easement, and then I also put that over there under policies, the opportunity for land and right-of-way, that we need to make some sort of balance or trade-off. Okay, perfect. Is that capture it? Okay. Commissioner Wentworth?
Well, I was just thinking that the commissioners are referencing the Trails Inventory Appendix B because these are our proposed alignments. And it's almost like this section placed in here without the proper context for the average reader is confusing. So I think what my commissioners were saying is that the idea of the intention to get from one place to another with this alignment is just that, an idea, and that it needs to be in the plan so that, let's say that there is an alignment like at Green River that could be developed on and lost, potentially lost if not recognized, without the specificity of it's going to be this bike lane, this wide, right here, that thing. And I think that if there was some verbiage that introduced your Appendix B that gave the reader the sense that what these alignments are actually proposed trails, some of these trails might be things that people are using right now as reported by the community and our work with the community and our input, and some are not. But intentionally, there are connections that need to be made in these areas. And therefore, we're proposing these trail alignments here. And these are ideas of what the trail alignments could be in the form of bike, walking, and so forth. I think an explanation is due, just like like I said, taking out Table 17 from page 190 of Draft 1 was what I was looking for in here, just thinking, it didn't make sense. This section doesn't make sense for a lot of reasons. And I'm not saying take it out, but I think Commissioner Kenny keeps drilling down on the fact that what this section is presenting you with is lines that give you opportunities for connections. And what it can be misinterpreted as is this is what we plan to do. Those are two different things. I think that if it came down to truly funding the trail in here, the 6th Street to Skyline multi-use trail connection, and you were going to fund that as a city, I think you would have this community come in here in numbers that were on the scale of the 91 debacle with the construction and the things that were going on at that time. That's how disruptive I think that the idea for that trail is. The intention to get from there to there totally makes sense to me. The way you got there doesn't. And it's not you, I'm not saying you per se, but the way that it was proposed from the Trails Working Group, because they want to write in flood control channels and what that flood control channel actually looks like and what it goes behind and the danger that it presents to the rider and the amount of investment it would take to keep just the riders and the walkers safe and the property owners, commercial and residential. I mean, you are talking about something that I just see this on paper as never happening just because of all of that logistic problems. And if you ask me, I would say we absolutely need that trail. Let's think about it differently. Let's think about how we get there. Maybe Oak Street is our actual alignment. Maybe it is just a bike route through there, and if you're going to walk, you have to walk on the sidewalk, because you can get up to Skyline by going up Oak from Lincoln. You don't have to ride in a flood control channel. You don't have to open that to do the intention of what the community was saying they wanted and what you guys worked on. So that's how I look at this, is that's why the specificity is so off-putting, is because we do have the future conversation we can have where somebody and the homeowners are going to come to you and say, you know what you're not doing? Putting this behind my house. And I don't want them to look at this document and think that that's what we're intending to do. And the way that it's set up, that's what it looks like, that this is what we're intending to do.
Yeah, so that's a great point, because this is the last phase of this master plan where we are looking towards implementation. And if the flood control channel is not an alignment that you think is the good route for that, that might be the time to talk about that discussion now about the flood control channel, whether or not that's the right alignment to get north-south. Because I think that we've all heard some discussion about that. I didn't know if you wanted to weigh in on that. It was proposed in both of the inventories and in the previous version. But I think it's something that, if that's not something that the commission would be interested in, this is a time to probably air that out.
I think we should talk about it. I'll tell you why. Because what happens is that in that area that's a drain, I think one side will be developed, right adjacent to a wall, which is someone's backyard. I can see people now complaining why that's not very good for them. Because will it be lit? Possibly, for safety's sake, and that light will shine into people's backyard. So if it does, it needs to be talked about with the community. And it's really beyond this meeting here, but discussion needs to happen with the community. Possibilities, good, better, and different. Gather their thoughts, gather their ideas, gather their opinions, and that would lend us out to, I think, a more firm decision-making ability for us to decide that the community does not want it. 100 people, 99 said no, and they give you the reasons why. And mostly safety. And
just make sure I understand your comment, is that you would like to be able to go out to the community to hear their input before that were proposed or considered or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
I think I am saying that just because we can say, yes, it's a good idea, but we haven't heard from the community yet. We got 3 weeks to hear their thoughts, and like Commissioner Wentworth said, you'll have a group of people here at the council meeting saying they'll be very vocal about that, and to avoid the 91 issue, so.
Okay,
So.
great.
Honestly, if I was going to comment on that, it'd be from a point of ignorance. So I won't. But to that point, I would seek more education on the pros, the cons from people who know, and of course, the people who are going to live right next to it. Of course, that's important to me.
Perfect.
I think, I think that the flood control channel issue and whether you use that as a trail or not needs to be examined so much more carefully in the design phase, because as you're talking about the number one easy throw a gate open trail, that flood control area looks totally different than the Mangular Wash, by the way. So it's like, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but the expense of making this a trail, this particular trail that I'm talking about, the 6th connection, viable, the expense is horrendous. It's like, that's where the opportunity comes. It's like, if we sat here with this as the flood control as the way, would we miss the opportunity because the expense is so high if you want to do it that way, when you simply could, with your bike trail, just make a better way up Lincoln to Oak, to over to Chase, over to the Skyline connection? It's like, that's where I'm trying to discuss with Commissioner Kinney, which is why I'm just kind of jumping in, like, to say that so I can see what she says, because that's what I was thinking. I was like, this doesn't make sense that we would marry ourselves to this level of opening a flood control channel. I don't like it. I would not. I lived like 4 houses away from this flood control channel and rode my bike all through so I'm familiar with it. I would be down here every single night yelling at myself, if, you know, and so I could see all my neighbors doing the same thing because of how this looks versus different segments that might make sense to use a small portion of the flood control channel.
So I think that dismissing the idea just out of hand without looking into it further is, I think it might be short-sighted and restrictive, unnecessarily restrictive. And so I would not say let's open up the gates tomorrow without any planning, but there might be a design that people would be comfortable with. We actually called out in 2015, and Butterfield has potential Foothill Parkway to Ontario Avenue connection via existing county flood control channel service road. And that's in this document as well. We had evaluated it. And I do know that people could, you know, not like that, or they may, and Ontario has been widened since then, and there is now a bike lane. I live off of Ontario, so I'm very familiar with that. So I think that I would leave it open as a possibility, but it has to, there's all alternate possibilities as well. And so, yeah, I mean.
Does a document need to reflect in verbiage that this is a possibility, but the intention is there to connect 6th Street to that Skyline access point? How we do it is still something that the community revisits. Like that's what I'm trying to get at, is that that's why this appendix kind of set my hair on fire, is because it's like deciphering what is being proposed here with these alignments. It's this, it's that, and each one of us is bringing a different segment, and it just seems highly problematic, and it doesn't need to be, because the reality is if you ever had funding to do any of these things, you would seriously revisit it and think, okay, the funding comes, like the intention is here, but it might have to change. So there's no flexibility here in the way this presents itself. So we need to have the verbiage that says there's flexibility and this is aspirational. I don't know.
Right. I mean, those are fair points, definitely. I think, and that's why I keep stressing that people have to understand this, a concept. And is that being conveyed through this document, that it's conceptual? Or is this like an implementation plan? And, with this flood control channel, that particular one that goes behind Ben Franklin, it might be, when those people, my sister-in-law has a house that backs that. It may be that you take a look at what those people signed when they bought their houses. It might have been in the disclosures. I'm sure there might be things that need to be addressed, or maybe it wasn't, or has, the county has allowed it. Is that the county owns that flood control channel?
Riverside County Flood Control. Yeah.
Yep.
And
So-
they, just as an FYI, they have an entire process where if we were to do this, we would have to propose a plan, what the alignments would be, what type of the improvements, and those sorts of things before they would grant us access to do that.
Right. And I was going to say, no, that County Flood for a long time has had, that's been an allowed use, that's not something new, they've done that. In fact, some of our biggest trails are actually along flood controls. They just don't realize them, that they're.
The Santa Ana River Trail, for example.
Exactly, yeah.
Did anybody want to speak to that from staff? Is that Brett?
There's several other cities that have similar flood control channels like this, and they've all had positive aspects. I did a lot of outreach on these trails specifically, and the enthusiasm was through the roof. And I think a lot of the concerns are things like crime, homeless people and things like that. But if we activate something like this, it will reduce crime. It'll be something like the trails you have off of Ridgeline and things like that. There was another big point.
So, but this would be, in this particular instance, this flood control channel opening isn't, I don't think you could make the argument reduce crime because it's replacing a trail that people are using that we don't want them to use, i.e. trespassing, right? This is opening a flood control channel that is in a residential area that no one is using. And you open it up to a flood control basin that everyone's going to ride their bikes all around in the flood. Like, to me...
You have to
I'm saying there's a
create...
qualitative difference between what you're explaining, and I could see that with our easy, number one trail that we could open with the flood control channel, versus this project, which is you're inviting something where nothing's ever been before. And the siding on this is steep. I mean, just to protect the liability of the city for people getting into the actual channel is insane. It doesn't make any sense that we would spend our money this way. That's what I mean. It's a great idea, so let's keep the idea, but the practicality of this particular segment of this flood control channel in this particular map that I'm looking at on 124, to me, is just kind of insane. And I'm not trying to throw out flood control completely, because there's pieces farther north on this particular path that the flood control usage makes sense, and if people went off the trail, they wouldn't fall 6 feet.
So
You know what I'm saying?
the
I mean,
typical improvement that's required is a fence that separates the flood control channel from the
Right, which
from
to
the
me is an
barrier.
insane expense to...
It's what we do now. We have a
Right.
fence between now. It's just the orientation of the fence. It's along the road now that keeps you out of the flood control
For
channel.
this much distance and where you're going and what we're trying to do, and then to open them up to ride around in the basin area. Well, I mean, Trail 5, you got to circulate, and you got to get up to the connection that's going to get you up to Chase. So, yeah, I mean, if I was my kid and I lived over there, which we did, and we were going to get and ride around in that basin, which he did, I mean, you're just inviting more of that. I mean, this is, and it's all been, it's all been leveled and all this stuff, and the flood control's in there working, and we're basically opening it up for that. Now you've got to fence it, you got to have the actual trucks, it's just a soft side. I mean, it's like the expense when you could just design a bike lane up Oak. Like, I don't know.
Can
You
I
know what I'm saying? Well, and the sidewalk, it's like, I don't know. I mean,
Commissioner Bass, you have something to say?
Yeah, so I'm hearing this. So I think a lot of that could be solved if we talk about in the beginning of the implementation plan that this is conceptual. Maybe we even want to think about renaming it to conceptual something instead of marrying ourselves to these lines that are written. And then also, like, similar to how you have the comparison of best practices of other cities, maybe we could add something that shows the research that's been done on flood control channels and the pros and cons, so that it's included, so that down the line when we get to the point of making design decisions, we can have that right there for us.
And also, if I could add, during the planning phases of, if we were looking at going forward with the flood control channel, we could conduct outreach and see what the feeling is of the neighbors that back up to this property, and incorporate mitigation that would help out those properties, like allow them to have higher walls, lighting, landscaping, et cetera. And then another thing about the 6th Street one in particular is it serves an underserved community, so it opens it up for a lot of grants. So that would help offset the cost.
Is it possible that we could maintain gates that, so in rain events or after hours, or somebody, one of the rangers that patrols the city, this trail is open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., except when it's raining, I think that there's things like that we could do to kind of offset some of those concerns.
I'm going to write that down. I don't know where to write it yet, but I'll write it down. Yeah, thanks.
And sorry, and there one more thing. There's other cities have done things where they have the police go and examine the area before they close up the gates and just sweep it.
Excellent. Okay. Anything else about alignments of trails or where they're routed, anything like that? No, we're good? All right. Whew. Got category 3 done. Changes or new projects, maybe anything that we missed. Let's put that one up as anything that we missed.
So this is, I know Johnny come lately here. And unfortunately, I was not involved enough in the inventory process at the get-go. But I live in the west end of town, the Dominguez Ranch neighborhood, and next to the old horse ranch. And, oh, thank you. Trying to catch my orientation bearing there. Okay. Can you scroll it down? Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, so we can see where Green River is. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Can't really see the green line too well because it's green on green, but thank you. Thank you, Brett. There is a foot trail that exists today that is used today. I looked for it on All Trails. It doesn't exist on All Trails, but Mr. Woodward, who was here earlier, he helped me out on social media and pointed me to it on Strava. It's called the Green River Trail. Very, very clever name. And it originates, you can get to it from a couple different places. One is through the former horse property, or you can traipse over the lovely, LMD ice plant, unfortunately, and get to the trail very easily right off of Dominguez Ranch. Once you're on the trail, it goes up about a mile up into the hill. Doesn't quite get to the Cleveland National Forest, but it's an out and back trail. It takes about a half hour to complete. I would consider it difficult, moderate to difficult. There's a pretty steep section in the middle. Cal Fire comes about once a month and hikes up there and takes their equipment, does some brush clearance efforts up there. But it's not on the inventory, right? So my ask is, how does something like this get added to the inventory? As I mentioned, the former horse ranch is currently owned by a developer who builds light industrial projects. I think they're getting closer to coming before the Planning Commission, and in the discussions over the past 4 years, one of my questions was, as a neighbor who lives close by, can we retain access to this kind of unofficial trail that people use? And I say, yeah, no problem. So they're going to build a driveway off of Dominguez Ranch. It's going to have a Knox box, so it's not going to be through to traffic, bypassing Green River, fortunately. But it will provide some pedestrian access off of Dominguez Ranch directly to this trail. So, what does it mean to get it added to the inventory? Is this a commitment to, doing formal trailhead facilities, signage, and everything else? Or is it something that can just exist? Most of the trail exists on city property. Most of where that green line that you can't see is on city-owned property today. It does go into privately held property up above, which would be a real challenge to develop at any point down the road. But it's a nice little trail. It's not a great trail, but it's another option that adds to our ability to get out into the wilderness. So my ask is, what would it take to get that added to the inventory at this point?
We can do it. It probably wouldn't be prioritized for any improvements.
Right.
But one of the things that we are hoping to do with this is to create a web page that has all of our trails so we can access them. One of the components of the master plan is to do better outreach, and a web page is one of those things that's contemplated in the document. So we could add that there, and people could know where these things are, even if the improvements aren't likely to take place. Would that help address your concerns?
Yeah, it certainly would. And this is like a kind of a gimme, really, because the property owner is, yeah, by all means, I'll give you access to it, and it's already there, and people already use it, and it's a low threat type of trail.
I think for me, any changes that could happen in new projects, I would love to volunteer to be a boots on the ground kind of guy. So, and the more you go out in the field, the more you learn. The more you learn, the better off you're to talk about it. And you become a better designer because everything comes to fruition.
So I have a really aspirational one. I want to get to the Prado Basin. And with all of those changes that are going on, you know, we've got the Santa Ana River Trail going over there by Butterfield Park and the future of the airport and where the city limits really go. And I know Army Corps has, you know, a large land holding, but I know the city of Corona actually extends much further than most people realize. And we've got the, I'm drawing a blank, Fairfield, the park that, or Fairview. And there's that channel right behind there where there's always the fence issues. You know, if we could figure out a way to have that trail, I mean, I think that you look at what San Bernardino County has done with their section of that land back there. And if there would be some way, you know, down the road, and I get pushed my wheelchair to the ribbon cutting, you know, that would be really great. But I think that I mean, that could be a huge, huge deal as if we could figure out a way to get that in that direction.
Is it fair to say that the access to the Prado Basin, I don't know the specific trail you're looking at, but that should be considered as part of opportunities? And if we can put that in the policy somewhere, like if there's an opportunity there, even if it's not on the priority list right now, let's make sure that we have our eyes on it.
Yes, I think so. I don't know if there's a trail there now or not. I mean,
Okay.
policy stuff, but I think that, yeah, that's a fair way to do it.
Okay, then I think we can add something like that, which is keep our eyes on a couple of these things that are important areas for us. Okay.
Can I reclaim some time? Sorry. I know the Green River Trail. You know, I was critical of it earlier, but I think it's really important because I think we should think of that as an extension of the Santa Ana River Trail as access to our amazing inventory of trails farther up Foothill. And when I look at this kind of ad hoc City of Trails and the circuits, it's not as clear on map 1 on page 114 where that Green River Trail ends. Does it end at the freeway, or do we continue across the freeway all the way down to the Santa Ana River Trail?
The latter, yeah, connecting into the parking lot, which would go to the existing trail that goes out, I forget the park that's in Orange County. Well, there's Chino Hills, which is off the SART, but I'm talking about if you're looking
The RV.
plan view map like of left towards the ocean, you know, so there's that connection where the SART already exists. That's where this Green River alignment is connecting to. And then when the rest of the SART is built out, connecting to Chino Hills State Park and on towards Prado Down and up towards San Bernardino County, then we would look towards a connection to make that whole thing a system.
Great, thank you.
And I want to just note that connectivity, we've written down a couple times, it's been important. That requires collaboration and making sure that we're informed. And so I think that all of those are, if they're not in the plan and they're not very clear, we'll make sure that those are clear in the plan. Because the SART is going to be completed through, you know, other processes, and we're going to have part of that in the city, and the completion is going to take a long time throughout the entire stretch. But we're going to keep our eyes on those things.
I used up all my time. No,
You get more than 3 minutes.
no. I don't have any changes or new projects that I want to add to the list. I just want to just reiterate that I think we did come to a consensus here to add text and verbiage to Appendix B to make it understandable to the public and the reader. So that would be my biggest change is that, yeah, so we can do that.
I've got that over there a couple
Right,
times.
right.
Perfect. Commissioner Bass.
So I'm reading this question as, are there any changes recommended to the prioritized project list?
We're going to go to that one on number 5. Did we miss any
Oh.
trails? Sorry, I should
Okay,
put this up
no,
here.
sorry, I was looking at my agenda one, but
Yeah, sorry about that. That'll come next. Did we
okay,
miss
so right now we're talking about new projects. I don't have any new projects.
new ones? Any changes? Nope.
No.
Perfect.
No. I
You don't have
haven't
a favorite
discovered
one?
any, no.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we're good with number 4. Gone through new aspiration, looking at different areas. We're okay with all that? Okay, perfect. Prioritization, here we go. Number 5. Do you want to kick us off on that one? We can go the opposite way this time.
Yes, I was just going to say that I'm glad that there's a prioritization list, but just like kind of everything else we talked about tonight, I think it's important that, of course, things don't always go as planned. So kind of looking at how these how this implementation order goes and maybe tying it back to the broader goals of the plan, just so that if something trips us up, we're not stuck completely. I think that would be helpful.
Just to make sure that I'm capturing that right. You want to make sure that there's a link between the goals, how we prioritize, and how that looks in the implementation plan.
Well, I think it explains how it's prioritized, but because we don't have, and that goes back to like at the beginning of the conversation to thread it all the way through from beginning to end. Yeah, it's explained how it's prioritized and how the list is, how we came up with the list, but just that if something goes wrong with one, we're able to still continue to move forward because we're meeting the goals of this, this, and this.
Perfect. I think we got that. Thank you. Commissioner Wentworth? We're going this way this time.
Well, public safety way, number 1, throwing that gate open. Again, I don't know why we're doing that trail. Like I'm just being very, very, very blunt. I don't see the value on the list, but I'm not objecting to it. But it's so easy. So I think that I'm going to refer to on the prioritization, the email from Mr. Mayhew, that a couple of these trails, and this was, I didn't contact him again, I didn't have time, but, he's mentioning 2 trails. One is destination is a gas station, and 2, a trail to nowhere, and in his email, and we referenced these 2, and I was right there with them because I think when I was looking at the draft to begin with the first time, I think the thing is trying to take what he was telling me and I knew where this was and then trying to find it in this whole situation map that is the document, trying to flip back and forth and without a cross-referencing appendix and stuff was super hard. So I know that's in there. I don't know where it is, and I know you all have a copy of the email. So I just want to bring it up that, we talked about prioritization. I see the list, but I also was like, just the enjoyment of the trail itself. Like some of these, I think that the one on the east side of town, and I brought it up at the other meeting, I questioned, do we really want to hop on the flood control channel on 6th Street and what's the street that crosses where the Salvation Army is? You know what I'm saying? It's where the 1591 intersection is, El Sobrante. It's the quality of what you're presenting as a proposed trail versus getting you there. The intention of getting you in that north-south connection, but throwing that flood control open again. I don't agree with that particular segment being open. I'm not saying that a piece here or there as you cross over, not going through, traffic. I'm not making exceptions. I'm just saying that the way that trail looks on the map and how it was proposed, when we talk about prioritization, that doesn't even calculate with me, because how we're getting people there and how they enjoy getting there, is that even realistic? And I understand we're trying to get to the equity point of connecting the south end of the city with nature trails, but the city was not built with trails in mind. And it's reflected everywhere you go when you look at newer cities, as they conditioned their developers to have walking paths and trails meandering on through, and we did not. And it's like we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole on that. So I think I'm making a blanket statement on the quality of how we chose to prioritize the trails and rank them, more or less. I don't have a particular trail that I'm calling out.
So do you have a question about, so this was brought up previously, a question about how they were weighted. So this went through a methodology, and then want to make sure that we have some time to talk about how that worked if we want.
I understand how it worked. I'm saying I don't agree with it. Right? That's what I'm saying, is that there's aspects of it, what it ended up giving you is maybe not something that I would agree with, that you could go back to the community and they would tell you, yeah, that's a great idea. I live off Quarry and I wanted to get up to the Main Street Divide, and I agree with this is the way that I should go. Those are two different things. That's where I think we're up here making decisions, and again, we're getting into the exact mapping and what it looks like and how we get there, versus the intention of we want to be able to connect people that are on the southeast side to the northwest side.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment real quick. I definitely appreciate everybody's perspectives on this, and something that when we were starting to do some of our outreach, and we even saw it with the city park master plan when we did some of that surveying, and we were able to reach that demographic down there. For some of these folks, what we found was this is, by offering some of these opportunities, this was definitely, and I don't say we have to open all of them, because I think there are some challenges with some of them, and maybe, may not serve a great purpose, but for some folks, this would definitely be, a trail in their backyard that they could, go, maybe a half mile, 1 mile loop, down a flood control channel, down along 6th Street or up along Magnolia or something. So definitely, I just wanted to make sure that we're keeping that open to some of that,
Right.
some of those folks down in the lower income area. And as Brett mentioned, there are some really great opportunities. You start falling into some CDBG funding and other grant opportunities when you hit these underserved areas.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I don't want to throw it completely out.
Yeah,
It's just, it has to make sense. And in that area, it's like, I can see it, I know it, I've walked it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, this portion here
Yeah.
makes sense. It's like, that discussion has to be able to be had. But setting forth the intention that you want to get from here to there and how you do it. So I don't know, I think the intention is weighted correctly, but maybe that goes back into how we're explaining our vision for our trails master plan. Our vision is that we revisit these proposed ideas with the community, that the intention is to make the connections. Maybe that part is the goal and a vision.
So I don't know if we want to go straight to your comment, but I wanted to point out, I'm sorry I didn't hit this first. In some of the previous comments, we talked about how the prioritization matrix had worked and what gave them 2 times the points, what came 1 times the point. I didn't want to forget that, so I wrote that down here if we wanted to bring that up. We also talked about the priority for Santa Ana River Trail and Foothill as main connectors along to hit Cleveland National Forest and connectivity, but those are in the plan. I didn't know if we wanted to move those up or down, but those were brought up. And then additionally, prioritization in terms of looking at land or space or opportunities for things that don't exist. That's not in our prioritization matrix right now because there are opportunities we don't know about. So I didn't know if you had input on any of those 3 things. If you wanted to, I wanted to just remind you that those had been previously brought up. So.
I do have some questions about the methodology. there is a high score, a middle score, and a low score. What are they, right? So we have a total score, but we don't really see a breakout of which categories an individual trail segment ranked in. Now, I don't know that that necessarily needs to be into the plan, but I would like to see it, right? It would make more sense to me. So I would like to see what are the number of points that the thing got, and then that got the multiplier of 2x. Another question I have is the TWG input, the Trails Working Group input. Basically, there is a high score of received votes and a low score of did not receive votes. Do the number of votes weigh into it, or is one vote the same as 10 votes?
I'll address the first question, or the first comment first. We can provide that. It's a massive commerce separate value Excel document. You know, it's just but we could provide it if you would like to get into the weeds. What was the second question? I apologize.
The second question was about the Trails Working Group. It's kind of like a yes or no. You got points or you didn't get points, or you got a point or you didn't get a point. And I don't know the number of points. Did the number of votes change the number of points?
No. So that was a binary yes or no. And to be honest, that was quite challenging, getting Trails Working Group to to vote on which specific things. And really, it comes down to the big five. You know, that's what everyone's talking about. And so that's when we're putting our thumb on the scale, and that's why they're being called the big five, is because they're getting the TWG support points.
So if a trail got one vote, it got the same number of points as
I guess that could have been the case, but we were pretty much in like full chorus unison singing that these are the five that the Trails Working Group wants.
Okay. Now, with the Trails Working Group, were they putting it in ranked order?
No.
Or was it, yes, this is a priority, no, this is not a priority?
We didn't do a ranked order, no.
Okay. So it was yes, it's a priority, no, it's not a priority with the Trails Working Group.
Indeed.
And that points, okay. Okay, yeah, so that just was not, that would tell me a bigger story of how these things get ranked. And I like the capital improvements list because that tells me, okay, these are the things that we actually do plan to do in a particular order and spend money on. I do see that the Green River Trail is in there at number 15. So I'm going to be really excited to see when that comes up. But I think in the overall prioritization list, it's difficult to discern which ones are, kind of like we can just do that, right? We have the land, the thing exists, we put some signs up and it exists, versus the things that, well, we're really gonna have to put a lot of thought into how we're actually going to do this. So I don't know how that's best articulated in a table like this, but it's unclear to me. Okay, like I brought up this example last time too, like skin suit. It's priority number 24, but it's already there. What are we going to do to that next, right? What does checking that box mean for something like skin suit? It already exists, whether we do anything or not. So that's where, I'm challenged with this list is, okay, what are the things that require action and what are the things that don't require action? And what are the things that we can actually do of the things that require action, what are the things that we can actually do?
Yeah, I think those are great questions because we're hoping that as Appendix E gets filled out, you'll have a map and it'll talk about amenities. Some of these will require maintenance over time. So those particularly steep trails will probably need some additional maintenance. They'll need to be monitored. We'll need to have and I don't know the detail in which we're going to get into these things, but routine maintenance is really important, especially on something that's highly erosive, right? Amenities like a trash can or a bump, like a bike pump station. We're hoping that those pieces will be in the Appendix E when that's finalized. But I think you're right. Like, we see a lot of these trails. Do they need significant improvements or not very significant improvements? And we should be able to see that in the final version. So we're going to work towards that goal.
I would say I'm not quite sure on how, if it was taken in consideration as far as the distribution of trails across the city and how that played into prioritization. I mean, it might be really easy to say all the cool trails are right here and this is where we want to have them, but that leaves out 3 other quadrants of the city. And so I think that that needs to be part of the discussion is how do we distribute the prioritization across the city?
I always have comments, yeah. For that, that's not that difficult. We have our core numbers, like let's say it's 1 through 125 distribution in all quarters. And let's say that 1 is on the east and 2 is on the west. We could just split that table out, create a new map where the number 2 that's on the west is now number 1 when you're looking at the west quadrant of the city. Sometimes we do that by council district, whatever, like however you would like to. The processing is already created. That's the hard work. The output or create a new table or a map is relatively straightforward.
I think you bring up a good point, and I think that we can help show that that's distributed throughout the city. I think that's good. Thank you.
When I looked at this and the prioritization, I think I kind of look in terms of, is this an enjoyable trail? Is this, and regardless of where it is, and I think no matter where the resident lives and the intention to get them from A to B, if the trail finding is sending them in a way that's not enjoyable or unsafe, it doesn't seem logical to. I think that's where we're talking about the flexibility, because it doesn't seem logical to put the trail, not that you don't want to get from A to B, but right there. And that's why when I look at, like Commissioner Olson said, like skin suit, I thought the same thing. I was like, well, but the trail to get you from Rincon up to the forest is more important to me than skin suit. What would we do at skin suit? This is how they prioritize this is confusing. And then do people really want to use the flood control channel through that whole thing or segments of it? And there's parts that if you went up in that direction a different way, what are we talking about? And that's where I think, again, this document needs to maybe make itself known on what it's trying to do in intention versus what the details kind of somewhat look like in those maps. So as we came here tonight, that's also part of my confusion. And as you can see that as we've been talking, so.
Yeah, so if I were to repeat back to you, what I'm understanding is that we want to make sure it's clear, right? Once again, we're back to organization, what the vision of this is, that it's flexible, that these are aspirational documents, maybe not down in the weeds, and once again, also trying to say that there's a really fine balance of having a big aspirational document and then giving you enough information to get into the details to feel like you really know it. So we're going to try really hard to make sure that we find that right balance for you.
Also say, Commissioner Olson, can we, back to his comment, can you put on here about the methodology being included in the appendix? For Appendix E?
Do you want to have like all of the scores? Is that what you're asking for? Or
Well, I think that's what, for
So
the prioritization criteria? Yeah, it's right there. No, but I mean that like the
You want the
the
actual
detailed-
scores.
Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, no, it
Or
sounds
are
like
we
it's a
say,
pretty
are we
big
not
data
think it's
dump.
that important?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's going to be a gigantic spreadsheet, but
Oh,
My thing won't work. I mean, we provide that. It
okay.
just might not really be
Just
readable
that
or
we-
usable,
Is there a way to articulate it in a more narrative sense that kind of provides some more pointers of how things scored in particular categories without a
Off
huge?
the top of my head, I'm not sure, but I'm
Yeah.
certain that probably, yes.
I don't know.
is the
We need a
answer.
pivot table here, anything like that. But
And I think this is one of those great things where we want to know all the details, but we don't. Like we have we have in the past, staff have brought you very detailed documents, and they've been overwhelming and confusing. And I would just hesitate with putting so much information in that it's overwhelming, confusing, and distracting. But we also want to let you see into that process to see how it was prioritized. And once again, staff are always trying to figure out the right balance so that you know like how this worked, but not be so overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, I would be happier if I knew what a high score was, what a middle score was, what a low score was, and which, where a particular trail ranked high score, middle score, low score category, in that category for each criteria without knowing all the specific individual data points.
I'm happy you said that. That we can do. So these are not ranked like, okay, go back to that 100 thing, like 1 through 25 is high, 26 through 50 is medium, blah, blah, blah. Like that's not what's going on here. The computer is running a natural break methodology. So where there's a point of distinction, it might be the highest ranked projects might only be 7 of them or something like that. And sometimes the rankings match up. This one got 72 points and the other one got 72 points. Those are both in the computer's eye high rank, So like that's also part of like the challenge in rolling this up into like a concise way to describe it. But like perhaps we could do, here are our natural breaks for high, medium, and low priorities. What like the highest ranking thing was listed somewhere. I don't know. Let's say it's 89 points or something like that. So 89 points to 64 points is what we're calling high. And then you could cross-reference that or just include it within the spreadsheet that begins on page 58 so that you could be able to see what its whole value number is, or at least the band that it's associated with, which is what we try to get away from with just the 1 through whatever the number is at the end of that spreadsheet.
And maybe if my goal would be to look at the priority list and go, okay, I understand how that got there. I understand how this scored, 129 points. I get it because it scored high in these categories. Right now, I see that it scored 129 points, and that is resulted in rank orders 1 because of that. But I don't know. I'm assuming it's the right of way, and I'm assuming it's those things. But I'm assuming. I don't know.
But can I add some context to what I was saying? Because what I also heard was that, are we assessing the feasibility, which it seems like we are and we have, but 3 years from now, when someone new is looking at this plan, are they going to, with certainty, think, yes, this was addressed, we looked at the feasibility, and that's why we can trust this prioritization. So I'm not trying to make it back to 300 pages, but I'm just saying that maybe if we provide some kind of context so that the next group that looks at this knows, oh yes, I see, I can follow their thought process.
So I wrote that down as some scoring context. I think that's something we can try to do concisely. We'll try to figure it out. To be frank, it might fail. We might not be able to do it very well, but we can at least try.
And maybe, to Commissioner Bass's point, maybe it belongs in an appendix, the deeper detail, because, this is great, right? This tells rank, I see it, I see the basic story, but maybe if I want to know a little bit more, I could dig a little bit deeper into an appendix for some more.
I should say also, just for the full story, that thing that you're describing, the CSV file, we always deliver those, but just to city staff. Like all the GIS files, everything will be delivered. So like it's there, but whether or not you want it in a public facing document, I think is the decision.
I think we hit a lot of topics on prioritization. Anything else we want to cover on that one? Look at this. Now we're in the very famous category of other. Stuff that got brought up and anything else that we haven't covered. So I want to put this up here. These are the notes that I have that we want to focus on the end product, what the vision of this is going to look like when we're done. So have the end in mind. That's what I wrote on this one. We need to have some sort of balance in the document between policy versus trail details. And I think we've kind of covered that on other things too, but some higher level or some big, broad brushstrokes and some, at your direction, we have talked about some of these little details that you think are critical. We've talked a little bit about what other jurisdictions are doing, but also how to collaborate them and connect. So that would be Santa Ana River Trail, Chino Hill State Park, trails to the east, trails to the north, and even trails to the south. But just to be able to be aware of what's going on, the extent that we should probably do some collaborative work with them to make sure there's connectivity. And then we talked very briefly about signage, what's appropriate signage. You, Commissioner Kinney, had talked about, auto routes, not having them cluttered. I wanted to make sure that that was in there because that is in the document about signage. I want to make sure we didn't miss anything. And then Chair Munoz about inclusion of volunteers, boots on the ground, and then sort of how we incorporate that. So those are the things that I have on here. They were brought up by you at some point. Maybe we've covered them already and we don't need to go back through them. But this would be sort of the last round of comments on anything we haven't covered. These or anything else in your notes. So time is yours. Where do you want to start now?
Well, again, I started with the fact that I provided this list to you and others, so that's still there.
Perfect. Let's go, Commissioner Kinney. I'm good. You're good. I want to make sure that we hear you and we're getting all the points that you want to make. Commissioner Wentworth, do you want to dig in or you want to review your notes before we move on?
I don't think I have anything to add to other. I think we've covered it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Bass?
I'm good. Just thank you for everyone's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Olson?
No, I mean, just as a closing comment, I want to thank everyone in this room for the time that you spent indulging this process and iterating on it and making it better. This is a complicated thing, and we're trying to do a lot, and we are trying to shoehorn some square pegs and round holes in the city, but I think it's a worthwhile pursuit. So thank you. That's my other. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all for your time. I want to let you know that these will be, we've had members of staff writing down notes as well. We'll review these as we make corrections to that document before it goes back to you again. And I'll turn my time over to...
I just want to say before we end, thank you to Mr. Tucker for facilitating this discussion. He has a very unique skill set to be able to walk us through 4 hours of the plan and making sure that we're touching on all the important points. So just thank you very much from our department, and it seems like the commission is appreciative as well. So I appreciate it. I think we got some really good feedback tonight. So I will go ahead and turn it over to our chair.
Right, thank you. I don't know if we have to go back and resurrect anything in particular, but Ms. Bass, do you have any comments in closing?
Good job, everybody. Good job.
Commissioner Wentworth?
Just thank you for doing this and for taking the time and making the set-aside meeting. And I know that I said it before, but the community cares deeply about this. I care deeply about this. I've been involved in this for, like Commissioner Kinney, nearly a decade. So when you see the aggravation and the emotion, that's just me caring more loudly. So, but thank you guys for your efforts.
Commissioner Kinney?
Although it was a lengthy meeting, I think it was worthwhile, and I feel better about the product that's going to be delivered. And if a lot of these changes will be considered or incorporated, I think that it's going to be a better product that everybody can be proud about. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vice Olson? Vice Chair? Nothing?
Nothing further to add other than thank you again very much for everyone in this room spending the time, and the members of the community who were here earlier. Always appreciate that.
Yeah. Again, I want to say thank you to our city staff for a fantastic moment in time here for us. And again, I want to applaud Alta. Thank you very much. And I do know that the community will be the recipients of some fantastic trails. It may take time, but they will. And everything we do really as a city staff for Parks and Recreation is really for the community, the kids. And the kids are our future. So I can see one of these kids being hiking on the trails one of these years. It may be 10 years from now, but he'll be, or she'll be 10 years old by that time, you know. So that will happen. Just look at the bright side. With that said and done, thank you for joining us for the Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. We will adjourn this meeting at 8:58. Next meeting of the Parks and Recreation Commission is scheduled for Tuesday, December 12th in the council chambers. I'm sorry? Thank you very much. Have a great evening.